Hey, this is Russ Payton with Role Playing Public Radio. We're playing Blue Planet today. The Recontact, the new edition that is should be on Kickstarter as we are posting this as you're listening to this. And the game's creator, friend of the podcast, Jeff Barber, is running it for us. And I believe the scenario is called Where the Wild Things Are.
Hey everybody, thanks for having me here. Appreciate it. And yeah, Where the Wild Things Are, one of my favorite Blue Planet scenarios, updated for the new Recontact system. If there's a wilder job on Poseidon, you haven't found it yet. Part medic, part damage control engineer, part crowd control officer. As an emergency response team member, you're a hardcore technician, expertly trained in marine search and rescue. When you're not hauling unfortunates out of a sinking ship or flooding facility, you're training hard and eagerly awaiting the next emergency klaxon. It's been a slow couple of days, but that suddenly changed. Your crew is now outbound on what seems an unusually subdued call. The powers that be have clamped down hard on the details, and you've had little in the way of briefing. You've been assured that when you arrive at Down Home Station, you'll be briefed in full. Yeah, right. Sounds like you've already been briefed in bull. All right, I thought it might be worth it for each of you to introduce your characters with a little blurb. So if in sequence, top to bottom, we want to start, I think, with Ross playing Severance.
Hey, it's Ross Payton. No. It's Ross, and I am playing Billy Severance. I guess W, I can have it.
It'd be William.
William? Oh, okay. William, sorry. I was looking at the summary, not the actual character sheet. Probably would have helped. I've been recently promoted, and I'm inexperienced, but I'm definitely an able leader. However, as with many rescue jocks, with me, it's always about the mission. Guys, we can do this mission. We can do it. I believe in us. So
God, he said the word mission like 40 times in the last 60 seconds.
Hey, I'm very professional here, and I'm just excited to be a part of this and to save some people and do some good. So yeah. Oh, and I'm human. I think transhuman. Sorry,
you're transhuman. Yeah. But human.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm playing Dr. Anuska Chopra. I am a field surgeon for the team. I am described as Dr. Doom, with the sole goal of altruism. I would be too depressing and off-putting to be around if I wasn't so good at my job. I am a ossiform, so I'm adapted to the aquatic environment. I have a fair blonde complexion and a pixie cut, so I'm just imagining a weaponized aquatic Karen.
You're a native Poseidoner, born and raised.
Yes.
Which actually makes you a bit of an exception on a GEO emergency response team.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Who do we got next? Ito.
Hey, this is Aaron Karsten, and I will be playing Kazu Ito, the electronics / team liaison. Just for say, the wirehead of the group. So anything else, I will do the professor. I can wire anything into anything. And apparently I'm one of the more social parts of the group. Honestly, I'm kind of almost seeing this as the Tendo from Pacific Rim, just being really knowledgeable about how all these work while trying to at least apparently get a data all the time. So that's me.
Essy DeLier.
Yeah, this is Bill, and I'll be playing Ester, Essy DeLier. I am apparently a human spliced with some gorilla DNA, so that's fun. Definitely getting into that. Oh man, Game of Thrones reference lost me, but at any rate, extra tall, extra big, apparently extra hairy, which I at least have personal experience with that, so that's good. I'm on loan from the Geo Warden Service, assigned as a guide and regional liaison. And I am still a bit of an outsider to the team, but they have learned just how valuable I can be in, outback situations.
And last but certainly not least, Tom.
Yes. This is Tom. I'll be playing Hotshot. I'm an actual pilot whale, literally and figuratively. It's ironic that I'm the only geo pilot whale on Poseidon that is, but I find it funny and it's kind of a justification for going full speed ahead.
All right, so you guys ready to, dive in? No pun intended.
Hey.
Sir, I think you intended that.
All right, you are outbound from Haven on about a 45-minute fast VTOL flight to Down Home Station. Usually you are getting an overload of information about what it is you are facing in a particular call. In this case, you have gotten very little other than a general download into your Vs of Down Home Station itself and sort of the particulars of the facility and sort of the public record about it. You've got about 45 minutes to sort of brief yourselves using this database. And to represent that in play, I'm going to give you each a question about Down Home Station as you're flying outbound. And we'll address each of those in turn. There is a public image, however, that kind of everybody on Poseidon is familiar with Down Home Station in one way or another. Mm-hmm. It is sort of the premier GEO facility on the planet, in that it sort of represents, or at least what GEO wants it to do, is represent their success and in colonizing the planet and in supporting and governing the colony effort. It is a small underwater city that is inhabited by about just shy of 2,500 permanent residents, with as many as 3,000 people living and working there at any one time. And it is being pumped for all it's worth in terms of propaganda by the GEO, right? It's the sort of premier scientific research facility on the planet. It is also their grand social experiment. There are actually two ComCore programs that are set there. There's a kind of a CSI-esque marine science sort of flashy, sexy show that's filmed on site. And then there's actually a kind of telenovela soap opera kind of story also filmed on site. And these are fairly popular, of course, on the planet, but also back on Earth. And so even people back on Earth are familiar with Down Home Station because of this popular media. Mm-hmm. GEO, you probably wouldn't know this as characters, but GEO is very deliberate in trying to keep the image of Down Home Station as pristine and as effective as possible. So you are surprised when you get these massive downloads. The files include everything from virtual walkthroughs of the entire facility to staff rosters that describe jobs and the status of individuals on the site, and then all the technical specs and all of the sort of logs that are associated with recent goings-ons at the facility. Mm-hmm. So to represent sort of this briefing that's happening only after you're underway, like mm-hmm. suspiciously only after you're underway, I want to give each of you a question that you think could be relevant to whatever you're facing. You're told that Administrator Anderson will give you a full briefing upon arrival. So there are some things. This is more of a sort of an active investigation into this data rather than detailed information about why you're headed there.
Okay. So that Administrator Anderson is our contact. That's who we're basically our job is to go report to him, and that.
Yep.
Okay. So I know my question is going to be like, what kind of problems has Anderson? Well, I assume it's a he. Well, is it? It
is. Okay. Actually, it is.
Okay. What kind of problems has he been dealing with at Down Home Station? Like, I'm trying to get a sense of what have been problems there in the past? Like, so yeah, like look at his reports. When
you start thumbing through that stuff, and your V has sort of some expert system mm-hmm. elements that will help you kind of process through that. So it's not like you're just reading file after file. Mm-hmm. But you can ask some query questions and it will consolidate information. Mm-hmm. You very quickly realize that in some ways he's a lot like a mayor of a small town, mm-hmm. but that one that has a lot more authority and direct control than an elected mayor might, because mm-hmm. he's assigned by a government agency. And the problems are commensurate, right? There's everything from social issues to technical ones. A lot of the science there, a lot of the facility itself is cutting edge. So a lot of the science and engineering that's ongoing there is about the facility itself, ways to improve the quality of application of technology on the planet. So there's just this wide spectrum of the kinds of things you would expect there to be problems in a small town.
Okay.
But one that's full of some of the best minds in their field from the solar system and beyond, right? So there's a lot of sort of higher grade social issues and certainly higher grade technical issues. There is a distinct lack of a pattern. It's not like you identify like a smuggling ring or a series of serial murders or anything like that. But it is widespread and surprisingly, there are a surprising number of things going on that are kind of whitewashed or at least not making it into the public media.
Okay. But none of them appear to be like red flags, like, oh, repeated safety violations in this lab with,
not that they'd call in an ERT. That's the weird part, right? You guys usually come to like sinking ships and missing people and like fires at a facility or some kind of jungle plane crash. Okay. It's weird that you're called out to a place that clearly, I mean, you can look at the data. There are safety officers there that have equal or better your training in their individual fields. Okay. And so as a town, it should be self-sufficient in that regard. So that's probably the thing that you come away with thinking is most odd.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So a mystery. So
who's next?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. My theory is that this has to deal with VIPs and we're outsiders, so we're not going to, be biased to one or the other. But that's because there's celebrities on there, those shows. But
so just looking at the map, I notice like this is basically built over a crevasse.
It is.
So I kind of want to dig into the like ecological, geological things. Like I'm trying to poke around and see what like sort of bouncing off what you were saying, another version, like if we're getting called in, it is probably an outside context level problem, like for their day-to-day operations. So like, yeah, what do we see in the like recent geological history? What sort of, and this is more just me as a player not knowing, like, is this a planet that exhibits any kind of megafauna where they might be getting surprised by a giant squid?
No, there's megafauna.
Okay.
In a planet that is primarily water, and it has a manipulated ecological history, there's going to be wide diversity and great size. There have been a few encounters, and they're pretty well documented. Those sometimes do make the news because they're flashy, and it's when they successfully manage it, it looks good, right? But there's been nothing untoward, no pattern, and nothing recent that is even documented in the logs, let alone been caught by the media.
Okay. All right.
In the same vein, with kind of Bill's looking at the map, I noticed that they have a fairly large hazardous storage area, or kind of off to the side. Is that primarily just for what would come off of the reactor, or is there something else that might be more set to our attention?
Well, it's for anything that you wouldn't want trapped with you in an underwater facility, right? So everything from chemicals to explosives that are used in geologic surveys, potentially also biocontaminants. It's not storing waste from the reactor. It's a fusion reactor, so it's less hazardous anyway. But no, it's a well documented, and you have access to that well documented storage facility. It does get a lot of attention, and they invest in it being attention in terms of administration and safety protocols.
So it's fairly transparent, and
well, it appears to be. The paperwork all seems in order, and you could probably, assuming that there's no shenanigans going on, you could itemize what everything is currently being stored there from the documentation you have.
Yeah, just have to make sure that body that they have stored in there is actually, legitimate. So.
Right.
I suppose as the pilot, I'd want to know what kind of like navigational and hazards are around the place, like currents that could get dangerous, things like that?
So it is in the open ocean. There's the closest exposed land is probably 300 kilometers away. Well, maybe a little less than that, 250 kilometers away. It has a very, like I said, a lot of the technology here is experimental and intentionally designed as sort of cutting edge future colonization of the planet. There is a landing field that has a clamshell dome that closes over it and then retracts below the surface. Either when there's no inbound flights or when the storms move through. You can imagine the kinds of cyclonic storms that come through in the equatorial region of an all-water planet. So they need protection from that. In terms of dominant currents, there is a strong current that is generally tidal that washes from east to west through that crevasse. In fact, there's a lot of power generation stations underwater, basically underwater windmills, so water mills that generate a lot of the power and a lot of experimentation going on that way. But nothing that you need to worry about. And right now, according to your sensors and the weather report, you've got clear flight.
All right, groovy.
I have a question about how to read the map before I have like a character question. Is the reactor core at like 6,340 meters, or is it just over?
That's the bottom of the crevasse.
So it's over the crevasse, and the crevasse is that deep. All right, so my character question is, have they told me about how weird it is that we're going there? Like, do I realize that?
You know enough about, you've been working with the ERT teams for a while. So
yeah, I
you
seem
know
pretty experienced. Like, yeah, I know this is weird, and then I shouldn't be ready for potentially 2,500 casualties.
Right, yeah.
In my one ambulance. Yeah.
You've had to call in your role as a, wait, you're not the warden. You are
the doctor.
I'm the field surgeon.
You're the doctor. Yeah, you're a regular ERT member. So you know what you're supposed to be called in on, and this generally doesn't seem like it. There's usually emergency and like bloodshed and like sinking vessels, that kind of thing. This seems a little spookish to you guys.
So, is there any way I can call someone at the base that I would know before we get there?
Yeah, I think there's probably a good chance that you know somebody. Let's see if we can make a tutorial out of this a little bit.
Okay.
So, look at your character sheet, and I'll call yours up so I can see if I can coach you through. What you usually want to do is roll a test against a skill set.
Okay.
And the skill sets, as described, are just general areas of expertise or training. And if it's reasonable for that job or that training to give you a certain ability, and you can argue that, then you should be able to do that. So I think you got GEO University. I think you certainly got to know somebody from school who is out there working now. So if you can make a test against that, you do know that person. You can contact them and have a chat. So the way it works is you take the number that is to the left of that row, and you add it to an attribute that you think applies in this particular case. So either cognition because it's associated with the university, or maybe insightful because you're like, oh yeah, I remember this guy who's in my philosophy class or whatever. You add those two numbers together, and then you roll a number of D10 based on the column for that particular skill set. So your university is general, so it's a D10.
Because I'm a specialist in genetics, and it's apparently like the center for that sort of.
Yeah, if you want to know, if you want to be a geneticist,
I'd like to call a geneticist.
That would give you 3 dice.
Okay, I'll do that.
And you're rolling against
3 dice, 2 plus
cognition or insightful.
So I was going to do aware, so 4.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that work?
Yep.
So I rolled the 3 dice.
All you need is 1 success, equal to or less than.
And what number was I trying to beat? 4?
Trying to beat a 4.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely. They all did. Okay.
So it does matter. It rarely matters how many successes you get. It does matter sometimes how good a success it is.
Okay.
Right. So if you ever get exactly what you need, that gives you a consequence. If you ever get 5 better than you need, then you get a narrow benefit or a +2 forward. If you get 5 less or 5 worse than you need, so if you fail by 5 or more, then there's essentially a critical failure, and there's consequences for that. So in this case, you know this person. How do you know him?
We met at a conference on genetics that was
Okay.
held at Down Home Station. He was a speaker.
Okay, so you've been there before. You've been to Down Home Station before.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Okay,
if I'm
nice.
a specialist in genetics, that would make sense, right?
All right. So you're gonna just give him a call.
Yeah. Ravi, sure.
All right. The call goes through, and then there is a delay. That's surprising. Like, you don't really.
Yeah, we all have like brain phones, right?
This team does, essentially. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he answers the phone. I imagine in a way that's even beyond what we can do now. You know who's calling and and where from and that kind of thing. So he goes, "Hey, Anuska, I'm surprised to hear from you."
Hi, Ravi.
Not surprised. I mean, I'm happy to hear from you, but I'm just surprised out of the blue.
Yeah, I'm out on a call right now. I can't really talk. We're actually headed towards you, but I don't know what I'm getting into. And they are being uncharacteristically vague about the issue.
I thought you were a geneticist.
Well, yes, it's not a spectator sport, Robbie. One has to play to to participate in the anatomical arts. I am on call and going, but if I'm not preparing for 2,500 casualties, I am a little up in the air as to what.
Oh my God! What happened?
Nothing. And I know nothing happened. That's why I'm calling you. So I'm perplexed. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on at Down Home Station, that they would call me with so much urgency, but not tell me what I should be prepared for.
I just finished my lunch.
Yeah, nothing going on. No alarms. No parts of the city shut down. None of that going on.
Oh my God! What should I? Are we safe? Is my family okay?
Robbie,
shit! I need to make a call. Hey, and you can tell that he's getting sort of that stutter that goes with someone who's not quite paying attention because they're running other things with their brain phone.
Ravi, you need to pay attention. Come with me if you want to live. Focus up. All right. You're gonna be fine.
Okay.
I don't know what's happening. That's why I called you.
Well, I don't think
I'm not saying anything is happening at all.
They run drills here all the time, and it's like second nature when the alarms go off and we do the things. But I just finished lunch.
Yeah, so there's no drill, nothing like that?
No.
Then you should be fine.
Right. That doesn't... Okay, I don't...
Ravi, you're a medical professional. You really need to get it together, buddy. Like, you went to med school. You understand. You deal with dangerous pathogens. You can handle this.
Tell me that there's 2,300 people that have died. And
no, I said there might be, and there weren't, because you told me there aren't. You're really just... Okay, I have to go. I have a job. Anyway, thank you for talking to me. I hang up. Yeah.
Okay.
I tried my best.
All right, yeah, as far as you can tell, life is normal.
All right, cool. Well, at least it's not hopefully like a Dead Space scenario where we go and the fucking walls are crawling with like nightmare genetic creatures. Yet.
No, that would never happen.
Yeah. Third act.
Yeah, that's not till Tuesday.
You just leaned right into the description of your character's affect, didn't you?
You know, one of the strongest rules
of
game mastering is give the players what they ask for. Right? So I'm making notes.
All right, fair enough.
All right. Okay. Who else had a question? Did we get through? I think we still had.
I think that's everybody.
Did we get through? Okay.
I think we did, yeah.
All right. So the flight is otherwise uneventful. You pour through these files in what little preparation you feel like you can make. Hotshot, give me a piloting test, not so much to determine whether you can land a plane, because the plane can do that by itself, but just to give you a chance to see how the mechanic works, but also to let me know if you're going to come in with any kind of flare or flash, or if you're going to be by the book.
All right, so that's pilot, so it's 3d10.
Mm-hmm. You would add that to whatever attribute you were using.
I guess that would be coordination.
That'd be appropriate. And you are probably also, I'm assuming, jacked into the plane, so that's going to give you a +2 for essentially being the plane.
Okay.
Be the plane.
So how many dice is that?
So it'll still be 3d10. It's just you get the +2 to the target number.
Yeah, add 2 to your.
Okay.
So you got a 4. You've got a 4 for pilot, and you add that to coordination, which in this case is a -1, and you get a +2 for being jacked in. So 7.
Okay.
And roll 3d10, and it's equal to or less than.
Yes, I got 1 at least.
Okay. So how do you want to fly in? You are inbound, and it's open ocean.
Wait, it was added or less?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, it's all. I got all 3.
Okay. So you are approaching this. What initially comes up on radar as an island, but it turns a very tiny island or a rock outcropping, and it turns out to be this dome that's just sticking above the surface of the water. You can see the clamshell portion of it is already beginning to close as you approach, and you set down. So tell me, are you going to set down with flare, or are you going to do a kind of by the book approach?
Well, if there's no emergency, then it's going to be by the book. And if shit was hitting the fan, then yeah, I'd be shredding it.
Okay, so you come in very kind of, I wouldn't say lazily, but follow in tracking, using the auto systems on the plane. You set down, there's a robot on the ground kind of doing the like equivalent of the orange sticks, and they're kind of pointing you towards this yellow triangle. You can already see ground crew coming to tow the plane into a parking slot. And as the plane sets down and you cut the engines, clamshell closes overhead. And somehow they're managing to still transfer the sunlight inside without any kind of transparent surfaces. And even before you have finished shutting down the engine, you catch sight of a person walking across the tarmac, across the deck towards you in that kind of classic, you're walking so fast that you're almost jogging, and then you break into a jog, and then you kind of go back to walking because you don't want to look like you're running, and then you're back to jogging again. Mm-hmm. It looks like they're not used to hurrying. Okay, Hotshot, you also have to make a decision. Do you want to stay in the plane? You're actually in a cetacean cradle in the hangar, in the cargo bay of the plane, which is essentially like a form-fitting crash couch that's essentially half aquarium. Or do you want to bail out into the ocean and be free to swim about?
It's whatever the team leader wants me to do.
I think you should get out and at least look around. You can be our eyes in the water. They probably would not go to all this trouble to have us just leave. So, yeah.
All right, so I'll be out in the water looking around.
Okay. So as everyone's kind of grabbing their kit and walking down the boarding ramp in the back, there's the beep, beep, beep as your cradle like rides down the rail and out on the deck, bonds to a airlock, and essentially just ejects you out into the ocean. As he does that, this person in an extremely expensive suit comes like walk jogging up to you, hand out, kind of looking at whoever's closest. And
I step forward.
Okay.
I'm Severance. I'm the ERT leader of this team.
You can see that he wants to dive right into business and almost skips the pleasantries, but then kind of shakes your hand absently. And tie is loose. There's sweat stains on the collar. Hair is kind of muscled, tousled, and they look kind of like a flop sweat. And they look around a bit anxiously and say, I'm glad you're here. Please come with me. Okay. And begin leading you back across the tarmac the same direction that he had just come.
Who are you?
I'm sorry. I'm Administrator Anderson.
You are Administrator Anderson. Okay.
Yes, I'm really glad you're here. We really need your help. This isn't really the place to talk, however, so please come with me.
Yes, of course.
And he is frustratingly silent, he mumbles and says a couple of other things, but you can't quite catch them as he leads you across the tarmac.
Okay.
Tom, you have a Cicada, which is a small remote, hover remote that accompanies the team. It's probably a meter long. It's got little arm cameras.
Just so I can follow what they're doing.
Yeah, you are there as an actor in that space as well through your remote.
Cool.
Okay. Nothing appears like, as we're looking around down home, nothing appears to be out of normal. Like,
yeah, and the ground crew doesn't seem to be hurrying. You hear a public announcement of the Square Dance Club or something going on tonight.
Burn it to the ground.
Yeah. And then he leads you in through a nondescript exit, down some utilitarian hallways that become more and more sort of comfortable and plush. Carpets, native woodwork, some artwork, and then into what's clearly administrative section. And you can track all this in the files you were downloaded. You've got internal map now that you can tell where you are. And
so
then
what number are we at on the map?
So you are still in number 1.
Okay.
So the circular space in the middle is the bubble, and the bubble, the dome where you guys land. It's actually, you can feel it being retracted as you walk, and it's coming down into its position in the larger facility. And then you just pass into, like I said, the administrative wing.
Okay.
And you are led right past his reception area into a dark wood paneled office that is dominated by a big hemispherical window that has the same incidence of refraction as salt water. So it looks like the water is just being suspended out from empty space. And it's probably 10 meters across. So it's this huge blue glow rippling effect out into the open ocean. You see fish swimming by. You see other marine life. The ripple of the surface of the water gives the whole dark wood space kind of this unique glow.
Okay.
So
that looks expensive.
Yeah, it's definitely the material itself is some kind of experimental substance that would probably be more than your team's collective salary to replace for the year. He goes over to the desk. He starts to sit down on the front of the desk, and he stands back up again, and he rearranges and sits back down again. And he says, well, I guess I'll just start. So they're missing, and we need to find them before it becomes public knowledge. It's the children, the kids. They're not in their classroom. And all right, let me back up. I'm sorry. It's just been a really rough couple of hours. So this afternoon, we discovered that our kinder class, the socialization class for the 5-year-olds, they're missing. They're not. We can't find them, and you've got to understand, in an underwater facility, that's impossible. Especially with the surveillance that we have access to. We don't know if this is some sort of prank, if this is some kind of maybe some sort of industrial espionage or political intrigue against GO. We can't take that risk, and so we felt it was important, necessary actually, that we brought in someone from the outside that had no connection whatsoever to some of the politics of this place and the people that are here, so that your priority could be the kids. And well, our own safety patrol has been unable to locate them, but they are currently the only ones aware of the situation. Classes are supposed to be over in about, you can see, consults the time in his head, about 45 minutes. And once that happens, families are going to know, and things are probably going to go from bad to worse.
Are the teachers missing as well?
No, well, the teacher. Maybe it's easier to just show you.
Mm-hmm.
He shows you a holographic clip of a security camera and a young woman coming out of a doorway, a bulkhead doorway, into a hall, looking confused. And she looks up the hall, looks down the hall. She moves down the hall. You see her talk. Some other people come out of other rooms, and she talks to them for a minute. She goes back up the hall, then back into a room, and then back out. And then you can tell that she's calling, and then he cuts the clip. And he goes, so that's their teacher.
Mm-hmm.
There's a story, but she fell asleep. She woke up. She said the class was gone. She called us. She panicked. She kind of became inconsolable. She's currently in the medical wing under sedation, but we can arrange for you to speak with her if you need to. We just need to find those.
Is there an administrator? Is there an administrator perhaps that we could talk to?
Absolutely, and I can put you in touch with them. In fact, hey, Apex, and you hear this kind of nondescript, very reassuring, genderless voice say, "Yes, administrator." And he says, "Please identify the individuals here in my office, give them full access at A level, and facilitate any of the requests that they make." He says, "Of course, administrator." And then you all get essentially a message saying that you have been included in Apex A-level security,
Mm-hmm.
and that they are at your service. Another one of the stories that you always hear about Down Home Station is that it's run by an AI. And some people think that's awesome, and other people think that's going to end the world. The truth is, in the world of Blue Planet, there is no such thing as actual AI.
Mm-hmm.
There's just expert systems. They haven't really achieved what we think of as pure AI yet.
Strong AI.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you now have access not only to the files you brought with you, but a very fast-thinking, processing genius that can answer your questions and help you navigate the facility and navigate personnel if you need to. So what would you like to do first? Are you going to go? You can split up. We can show. Whatever. You're the experts. Please tell me how to proceed.
Ito should get into the security system while someone goes to the classroom to check it out. I should get with the administrator so we can make up a story to the parents and buy ourselves more than 45 minutes. That would be my suggestion, of course. It's up to you, leader.
Yes, we need to reconstruct. We actually needing more time is actually the most important thing right now to forestall a panic. So if any of you have ideas on why kindergarten
I'll go
class,
contact the administrator and get that prepared.
Okay.
Until you have a body for me to work on.
Yeah,
Extended field trip.
Well, let's be a little more optimistic about that.
Definitely. Anyway, I'm going to go find that admin.
Actually, Doctor,
I'm on the hollow.
I would like you to examine the teacher to see if she's been drugged aside from the sedation. Or if
I will head over there right after I get the admin.
Okay.
Working on our lie.
We need to reconstruct the timeline of when the kids appear, or when, what is the last known footage of them, record of them, and then go from there. But Ito.
Something else, something I might suggest is to also look into see, in the parents of any of the kids, and if they have particular connections that might make them, exploitable as hostages if necessary.
I would get on that. Essy, can you, how about you and I go to the actual scene of the crime
classroom?
and classroom, and see if we can find anything. Hotshot, I guess you should look outside to see if there's been any signs of see if the kids have been transported outside of the what module are they in? What section of Down Home were the classrooms in?
So do you see where the number 4 in the habitat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the habitat.
So if you went north of the actual digit number 4 until it intersected the edge of that structure, that's about where the classrooms are, and they're on the outside wall, so that they can have views out into the water.
Okay.
No problem. I'll go take a shufty over there. See what
see if you can figure out if there's been any traffic outside of Habitat Dome that could have transported that many kids because we need to establish, are they still inside the habitat dome or not? Are they hiding, or have they been taken somewhere to a secondary location?
When you say that, are you guys still in Administrator Anderson's office?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He says all of our residents are implanted with a chip, so we can monitor biosignal and know where they are at any given time. It's a safety protocol in case the facility is compromised. They're not here.
Okay.
And it's not just that they went somewhere. They just aren't here. Look, Apex downloads to each of you a link to a file that is a sort of reconstructed, more than a timeline, but it's a multimedia access to what happened over the last period of time since the kids were last seen, and then fast forwards to this particular part that shows the data from all of these chips, all 2,300 of them on the facility, and those particular kids identified, and they just sort of disappear. They don't wink out. They just sort of, it's almost as if some sort of static, which isn't really a thing anymore, kind of interferes with them, and then they're gone.
Okay.
And they were in the classroom when that happened.
Okay.
And that was approximately 2.5 hours ago.
Okay. Well, we can't rule out that they aren't in the habitat dome because they could have.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
There are ways to interfere with that. The chip, it can be removed. But it is something that, overhearing what you're saying, they're sharing that data with you.
Okay. But yeah, so Hotshot, try and figure out if there have been any vessels that have left the habitat dome that could have transported how many kids? 23?
11.
11, sorry. 11 kids in that 2.5 hour time frame, or see if there's any physical evidence. So yeah, let's team break, and I think you all have your assignments. Let's go. So yeah.
Okay, so in order of operations, I think so. You and
Essy.
Severance and Essy are headed down to the classroom itself. Right, and Ito is getting into the security footage.
That's correct, to review it and see if I can find any information.
Hotshot, you're doing a traffic analysis.
Yep, checking the exterior.
And Chopra, you're going to speak with the administrator.
Yeah.
Okay, so the two that would happen in order of operations faster would be access to the security stuff, and depending on what questions you have, may take less time or more time, and then access to traffic. So I'll just start with traffic. Hotshot, you see. This is a busy place. Even without the research subs that are part of daily traffic here, and then delivery ships and that kind of stuff, there is an army of robotic maintenance and aquaculture devices. There are little scrubbers that run around on the outside of the facility, cleaning algae off of windows and scrubbing down buildup of sea creatures. There are security drones that are just monitoring the area with echolocation and visual. There are lots of different aquacultural projects that are underway, and most of those are shepherded or farmed by robots or drones. And so there are probably almost 1,000 different pieces of the traffic pattern at any given time.
So
you have access.
Pretty unlikely someone could sneak out of here on the outside.
Well, I mean, it might be likely. Let me back up. You have access to the actual data, and being a pilot, it's something that you can kind of grok with pretty easily. You also have access to programs that will help you analyze it. Also, being a cetacean and having your own echolocation, you have a much better 3D understanding of this environment than any of your peers would anyhow. And so you can dive into that data, but it will take some time to kind of piece out any patterns or any exceptions to those patterns.
Well, right? I appear to have time, so I'm going to get to it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a piloting test in preparation for that, and then hold that number in your head.
Okay.
Severance, you had a comment to make?
Well, I mean, the main thing is to think that we're going to assume that the kids are being kept together, that they're not being split up. So only look for vessels that can support at a minimum 11 kids. So that would narrow it down, like a small scrubber bot or whatever, or a one-man sub can't carry 11 kids. So,
okay, Ito, what's your first engagement with the security information going to be?
I want to take a look at the specific footage. Is the footage that we have only from the hallway, or do they actually have cams or other options that are in the classroom?
So there is plenty of data from the classroom, but no visual data. So
Okay.
The location data from the classroom, you would recognize this from other situations that you are familiar with. It's just a privacy issue, right? People aren't psyched to have their little kids stared at all day in a classroom, right?
Okay, so the trackers are the only thing that are really there.
The trackers are there, but there's lots of other security data, like when does a hatch open, when does a hatch close, when was a hatch locked,
Okay.
what was happening in the HVAC system. You have access to all the scrubbers in the HVAC. You have access to the function of the HVAC. You have life support data. You have all that stuff that would fall under the umbrella of facility security. Because it's not just security against some sort of human threat. It's security in terms of the environment and the facility's structure and function itself.
Okay. Could I then make an operations roll to see if there is anything off about that or anomalous to what would normally be the station's operation in this area?
Yes.
Okay. So let's see. It says if I'm reading this correctly, I have a +3 to that, correct? Through
your operations is a 3, and then you pick an to it. Logical probably a good one.
Okay.
So that makes a 5, and then with operations you roll 3d10.
3d10. Gotcha. So right.
So it needs a 5 or less.
Yeah.
On each one.
Yep.
Okay?
No, so on any one.
Okay.
So I'm trying to hit under the number of 5 or less. So.
Equal to or less. Then. Yeah.
Equal to or less. Gotcha. So.
Yeah, it's one. You only need one success because as you go left from general to core to specialty, you get better at it.
Mm-hmm.
So you have more dice to represent that higher aptitude.
And I'm going with 5 or less, so I got 1 success.
Okay,
Or no,
it's going to take you a little while, but hold that thought, and we'll come back to you. Dr. Chopra, are you going to call this person, or are you going to go meet him face to face?
I'll call him and tell him to meet me urgently at the school.
Okay, so you say at the school, and in the moment you say that, a yellow line comes, essentially AR, and it guides you out into the hallway and shows you which door to go through, and you can trace this line all the way down to the school. And as you're going, you call this person. They answer the phone, and you can tell immediately that they know what's going on. And when you identify yourself, they say, "Oh, thank God." So how can I help?
I'm going to need you to make a statement.
Oh, and you're talking to a Miss Click.
Miss Click, I will need you to make a statement to the parents immediately.
Administrator Anderson said I was to keep it quiet.
You were until this moment, and now you are receiving new instructions?
Okay, I can help.
The statement should be something to the effect that you, and as a surprise to the children, arranged for a real-life contact lesson on safety from a out-of-station ERT team that you brought in using influence as a surprise. That is why it will take longer for them to get home. However, you will be providing them transportation so that they may be home later tonight.
Okay.
You didn't want to spoil the surprise.
Can you say that middle part again?
I am an ERT physician, and we have brought in a special ERT rescue team. You are doing a special seminar on safety as a surprise for the children to get them civically engaged and teach them safety lessons. As such, they will be home late today.
I can do that. We'll just delay pickups, and she starts saying like the routine of the day starts getting modified in her head, and it's comforting because she knows the routine of the day and starts talking through that. Personally, I find it ironic that the person who's trying to reassure parents is the one who has decided that their character is the least reassuring amongst the group.
Oh, I'm telling someone else to reassure parents. So you can do that, right? Correct?
I can do that. Yeah, I'll send out a notice. I'll compose one now and send it out immediately.
All right. Send me a copy of that email.
How much
for our files?
When should I tell them that they're coming back?
You should not.
But they're going to ask. I got to give them some time.
You should make up a time, and then if it ends up being later, you should push as long as you can.
Okay, I'll push as long as I
Misclick,
can.
if I don't
get
know
it,
what
I get it.
happened exactly, but if I don't figure out what happened, any chance of you having a career is effectively gone. It is in your best interest for you to delay the arrival of those children at home
Yeah, well, sometimes
as
the
long
job
as
might not
humanly
be worth it.
possible
So
through your current.
I get it.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Understood. I'm going to the hospital now. Be in
Right.
touch.
Maybe 5 minutes later, by the time you get to the hospital, you get this message that is passable. Let's see how good a job she does.
Yeah.
Oof. She doesn't really keep the anxiety out of her voice, but it doesn't immediately track to my kids are in trouble.
Okay.
It's more like, wow, she's not good in front of a camera or something.
Surprise field trip.
Yeah. Which is gonna twig a few people because the way things happen here,
Yeah.
triplicate in the planning stage, and but she leans heavily on the surprise thing and how it's been, and she starts throwing Administrator Anderson under the bus immediately by saying it was approved by Administrator Anderson and being tracked by
Absolutely fine with me. I'm A-okay with that. We got our minutes. That's what we needed.
Yeah.
I'm off to go talk to teacher lady.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys follow a similar yellow line to the school wing. It's a school wing in that it's the future where school is different than it is now. Not everything you learn in the classroom. As we've learned over the last few months, there's lots of things that can still be done when you're not together as a class. But it's still recognized that the socialization aspect of school is very important, especially for the younger ages. And this part of the educational program is all for the younger kids and primarily that socialization piece. So you walk into the hallway, and standing outside of the classroom into which the glowing yellow line turns is a guy in a safety officer's uniform. And they're essentially they call them safety officers, but they're a combination. Well, they're kind of like you, but they are the local version. And it's like maybe FBI versus local police, you guys versus these guys, right? And he's standing out front, kind of not at any kind of rigid guard, but when you come around, his head snaps up and he kind of looks around like, oh, hey, there's somebody here. Gotta do my job. And then you approach the door and he goes to stop you, but then you hear through your interlink Apex tell him to stand down, that you're authorized to enter. And he just says, oh, glad you're here. And he starts telling you, trying to make what he was doing standing out here sound important. And you can ask him questions or ignore him as you see fit. But he continues to try and tell you as he follows you into the classroom.
Okay. So we go into the classroom. Are there any other exits in or out of this room other than the door?
There is not. So
okay.
Let me give you a quick tour and then you can ask questions about it.
Okay.
You're standing in the doorway. To your immediate left is a small kind of glass cubicle, right? Like the low glass wall where the teacher has a desk and some supplies or whatever she doesn't want the kids interfering with. To the middle left is a row of windows. They're not quite the fancy optically invisible glass of the other one, but they are little domes. See that they're pushed out so that you can actually sit in them if you're a little kid, and some of them have pillows. And you can see immediately that they are grubby about halfway up, just slimy little greasy hands have touched on the glass. And so it's hardly transparent on the bottom part. And then beyond that, to the far wall, is a big, well, for a kid, it's kid height for a little kid, but maybe waist high to you, a long smartboard, probably 4 meters long wall, smart wall where the kids have clearly been drawing and doing things with, and it's the kind of thing that you would have your own account in. Kid could save their work or download files and you can look at a book. Yeah. It's like a big interface that they can learn tactile skills.
Okay.
I'm going to go with tactical.
Adjacent to the windows.
Yeah.
The room is kind of narrow, but then on the right side is like linoleum covered like wet work area.
Mm-hmm.
You can see like finger painting stuck to the wall and like the kind of crayons and the equivalent on a little kid sized chairs. And then closer to you on the right hand side is a play area. It's carpeted. There's pillows. There's toys in neatened up in little boxes and plastics on shelves and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle of the floor are 11 little sleeping mats all rolled out,
Mm-hmm.
like little yoga mat style, kindergarten nap time mats, and neatly stacked next to each, well, sort of neatly stacked. Imagine little kids doing this, but
Mm-hmm.
a pair of shoes next to each one, laid out on the floor.
Okay. Essy, do you have? I mean, we both need to search the room and sort of figure out like if there have been any covert exits, like a ventilation duct or something that has been repurposed to lure kids out or kidnap kids. I'm going
All you have to do is say ventilation duct.
Okay.
To Apex, and Apex will give you, will lead you to that particular part of your system download, and you'll see that there are several HVAC entrances and exits, vents
Mm-hmm.
near the ceiling on the right hand wall.
Mm-hmm.
They are too small for a kid to come through.
So there's physically no exits outside of the doorway that the kids can come in or out of.
Unless someone put a secret one in the floor, or
that's what I'm going to look for, I guess.
Yeah, right, okay.
So,
but there do not appear to be, and any other active systems. I mean, you can imagine an underwater facility has all kinds of sensors built into the structure
mm-hmm.
for any kind of damage or any kind of activity, so that if you were to cut or drill a hole in the wall,
mm-hmm.
the main computer would know this unless somehow you were spoofing it.
Well, exactly. Like, I mean, the system's already being compromised, right? I mean, their trackers
right.
are...
I'm telling you that it can happen, but to do it, they would have to spoof the computer.
Yeah.
Which, considering there's already a static blast.
Yeah. Let's just physically eliminate it. It shouldn't take us too long to look through the floors to see if that's happened. So I guess salvage tech to see if
that works.
Yeah. Or if anything else has been sort of done surreptitiously. So I guess I'd use observant for that.
That's perfect.
Yeah. And so I got 2 1s, so that definitely succeeds.
Salvage check would be 2. Observant would make it 4. Yeah, so you made it by 4.
Yeah.
Or made it by 3. Yeah. So you convince yourself that there is no secret exit that is large enough to take a kid. Okay. To fit a kid.
I've got to eliminate all the possibilities. So, Essy, what are you thinking?
So, I want to take a different tack from just like eliminating possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to think about this in terms of how I would do it
mm-hmm.
if I wanted to do this. Basically, I'm trying to get in on my roll for predator behavior.
Okay. That's literally like understanding wildlife and that kind of predator.
Okay. Well, fine then.
But
maybe
I like where you're going with it, so I can give it to you.
Okay. And then how about aware? Because like this, to me, this is about like, reading the situation, right?
Sure.
Like I'm just trying to turn this into tactics, basically.
Sure, that's perfect.
So, okay, so that means I will be rolling against predator behavior is on 3, so I'm looking for 5s and rolling.
And I'm going to give it's a -2, remember, because of the penalty for actually being perfectly applicable.
Okay, well in that case I miss. I don't find any 3s.
Yeah, you don't know how you would do it. You're like, if you wanted to kidnap these kids, the only way you can take them out through the door and spoofing their chips and then take them out through the door, which
mm-hmm.
you already know has happened.
So I mean, I kind of want to. There were 2 things going on that I wanted to deal with here. That was my first blush,
okay.
And then like I just So just reading off the character sheet here, I have enhanced smell.
You do.
So one, I just kind of want to take a survey of the room from a smell perspective. Like,
Okay.
Essentially, one, do I pick up any kind of a trail that would suggest?
So this is a good chance to do an actual attribute test instead of a skill set test. So you can use aware because that seems applicable. And then you get a +2 for having the enhanced smell.
So it's
and
so
then
that's going to put me on a net of 7. Yeah.
Well, yeah, you add the 5 to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you roll. Well, no, it should be more than that. So 5 + 2 plus your +2 for the enhanced smell mod.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're actually at a 9.
So 9.
You're actually at a 9.
All right.
Because when you do an attribute test, the base is always a 5, and then you add or subtract your attribute from that base target number.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. And then roll 1 die.
Cool. 1 die. Okay. Guess what? It was less than 9.
Good.
Ah!
It smells like kids in here. It smells. There's that unique smell of toddlers. That's a combination of like
urine,
the soap that might have been used on them the night before, but also like whatever food that they've still got on their hands and their stinky little shoes and some of them may still be having trouble with potty training. So you get all of that fragrance. It's clear that and it's layered up because you can tell that some of it's fresh and some of it's not. But then you also smell that you ever still remember that smell of like tempura finger paints when you were a little kid, or glue, like it. You know how our minds hold on to smells. Yeah. So there's a lot of that.
We all know what glue smells like.
There's a lot of that in the room too. Are you trying to track it anywhere in particular?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see if it goes anywhere, like instead of like just the general waist-high miasma of the floor. Like if there's a panel on the wall where there's a sudden condensation of toddler smell.
All right, so
I'll get suspicious.
I have to point out. So as a hybrid, you are subject to a lot of racism. And there is also what people would call the good-natured racism, where they're making even your monkey girl or whatever, right? And so how you deal with it is up to you. But there is the moment where you start to crouch down and sniff along the floor, where you realize you are just playing into like all of the sort of joking and not so joking stereotypes. But you smell shoes, you smell sweat on the mats because the mats don't probably get cleaned enough. And then you catch an odd odor, one that you didn't expect: salt water. And it's not salt water alone smell, but actual ocean water has a very particular smell because of the organic components. And you sniff along the floor and realize next to one of the mats is a stuffed orca, little plushie. And you poke it, and it's sopping wet. And you realize the carpet around it is also wet, as if it was, used as a sponge and then dropped on the floor.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely going to communicate that.
Okay. Examine that panel in more detail. Like, is it just in that panel area?
It's just the carpet. There's a little carpet that like. What do they call that? Indoor, outdoor, all-purpose, kid-proof carpet.
Yeah. Okay. But that panel does not look like it's been, I don't know, turned into a water lock.
Nope, it's just wet in a little circle, a little spongy ring around the plushie. You can poke it and taste your finger, and it tastes like salt water.
Okay.
Okay, Hotshot, we're going to jump to you.
Okay.
You are looking at this traffic. What are you trying to suss out of it? And did you succeed in your pilot test?
Yes, I got 2.
Okay. What are you trying to figure out from it? You're given instructions to eliminate anything that couldn't carry kids, which honestly is probably about 85 to 90% of the current traffic, or at least the traffic going back to the time period in question.
Looking for vehicles and whatever that could transport that number of kids. Also maybe a spot where they could have been loaded.
Okay. You discover two things. There is a supply ship, an actual like surface ship, that left in that window of time, left the facility.
Okay.
It was not a submersible. It left from the primary loading dock. And there was no apparent underwater traffic that docked within an hour either way of the disappearance.
So it's very likely this vehicle that did it. At least if it was.
Well, it's the only track that you can find that could have done it.
Okay.
Can
we're assuming that they've been taken. I mean, that assumes that they've been taken from the dome, which we now think is more likely because we're finding ocean water. So somebody, who could have been coming from a ship, came and grabbed the kids and picked up the plushie or used it to dry themselves off. Yeah.
Except there's no trail, right? There's just a circle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ito, you did a test to see if there was any sort of anomaly in the classroom, in the security document, or security logs in the classroom around that time. Yeah.
Yes.
And did you succeed?
Yes, I did succeed.
Okay. You dig through it. You find nothing in the footage. You run a couple of programs that you have access to that verify that the footage has not been tampered with, in as much as that's possible. There are expert ways to do it that are virtually undetectable, but as far as you can tell, the footage is genuine. You can't get anywhere with the logs on their chips. It just doesn't make sense. But there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with the recording equipment, right? With the tracking logs. It's not until you get to life support that you find anything anomalous. And even then, it's pretty trivial, but lacking any better lead, this is what you got. There are obviously in an underwater facility very sophisticated life support components, and one of those is a filtration system that takes any kind of airborne particles / chemicals, gases, that kind of thing through a cleaning processor in multiple stages throughout the facility. And there is a tiny little blip that isn't really even, it's just marginally out of normal function in those scrubbers in the outflow from this classroom. Okay. With about a 5-minute period on either side of the moment when the chips disappear.
Could that be used as a possible exploit to access other systems, or to basically make it look like nothing else is wrong, just with that entry point?
Just to be clear, what it's telling you is filter extracted something from the air.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
At that moment.
Remember that the teacher just went to sleep while she was teaching the class, so she got fucking gassed or something.
Right. It's just, and it's sophisticated enough to tell you what it is. Usually, like, the life support oxygen nitrogen balance is off, or someone is doing a chemistry experiment and now there's ammonia that's in the air and we're scrubbing it out. This has been logged as unidentified.
Okay. Can we extract a sample from that so Dr. Chopra can test it?
Someone physically could go and pull it out.
Okay.
Okay. So it'd still be in the filter that we could actually grab it. Okay.
So Dr. Chopra, you are in the medical bay.
Yes.
You flash your credentials, and the person's like, "Can I help you?"
I need to see the patient.
Which one? We've got a bunch here.
I say your name.
Are you
whatever the name of the teacher was? Yeah.
Are you family?
No, I have A-level security clearance.
And then
vital to the function.
Apex steps in and clears it, and the person kind of nods. You almost see an eye roll a little bit as the computer steps in and sort of says, "Ignore protocol." But you are led into a back room, and there is a nurse sitting with a middle-aged woman who is in bed. She's not unconscious. She her eyes slowly roll over to see you as you walk in and look at you as you walk in. She has that look on her face like she's been crying, but is in the moment seems relatively calm.
I am just going to instantly start reviewing her chart.
Okay. What are you looking for specifically? Her name is St. John.
Yeah, so just basic stats, blood ox, toxicity report. Did they run anything like that?
So it's a real-time chart, right? And it's really just data that you access by requesting it. And you see that at the moment, there is absolutely nothing wrong with her other than elevated chemical levels associated with anxiety and stress.
Can I flip back in time to when she was admitted?
You can. At that time, there seems to be it's odd because there seems to be competing physiological responses to subduing her normal function, but also there's body's trying to antagonize function, right? So her body's trying to get upset, but something is preventing her from being upset or trying to calm her down. Like she's been sedated. Some
form of anesthetization then?
Something like that, yeah. Okay. But it's odd because there's no...
there's nothing on the tox report for that.
And well, they also came up with an unidentified chemical. But the report continues to say as they sampled it, the chemical was rapidly oxidizing and disappeared while they were working on it. So they got only a partial analysis.
Was there any indication as to an injection point, like where it would have been?
They didn't actually.
Did it have sugar? Did it have sugar in it? So, like, was it possibly ingested? Was it introduced?
They didn't look for an injection point. I assume there would got to be some way for them to be able to just do a generic test. If they suspected drugs, they would have done part of the top screen. I'm going to say that they were able to detect excessive concentrations in her lungs, as if it was breathed in and then went from there to her bloodstream.
Okay. I guess I'll question her. Hi, I'm Dr. Chopra. I am from the ERT response chain and a licensed field surgeon. I'm here to investigate you. How are you feeling? I'm going to do the full, in the eyes, doctor.
I'm a little dizzy. Really worried about the kids. Have you found them yet?
We have not, but we are working currently.
Where could they go? I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's what I need to see. So I need to know exactly what you were doing on your lesson plan that day. What was going on currently during the day?
They were taking a nap. I mean, it was nap time. They had lunch and they were. Her eyes
I just want you to imagine. Okay, I'm going to do trauma therapist.
Okay.
I want you to imagine what it said on your calendar. Just describe what you see on your calendar and the lesson plan for today. Okay, describe what happened. What was the plan?
Give me a trauma therapist test. We'll see whether you can get good stuff from her, panic stuff from her.
So that would be my 3 at that level, and then 2 for insightful. So beneath the 5 on 3D10. I just want to make sure I understand the system.
Trauma counselor, yeah. Mm-hmm. So you are 3 plus whatever insightful would be great. So that's a 5. So in the specialty column, you're rolling 3 dice.
Yeah. So I got So 5 or under, and I'm looking for 1 success.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 4, a 3, and a 5. So cool.
Okay. You managed to sort of cut through the haze to something she is really familiar with.
Yeah, I'm trying to reframe into something away from the emotional connotation.
Lesson plan. Well, it was nap time, and then we were going to do art after. They've really been they're always into sea creatures, and we were going to do some
nap time's a good time to grade, though, or prep a lesson plan, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't do a lot of grading. They're pretty young.
Yeah, that's good. So what did you plan on doing today during that time? What were you doing?
Well, I had lunch. I don't get to eat when they're eating. You know what it's like. I gotta
I do.
clean up spills, and they get all over. And
I installed a gland in myself that I don't eat anymore. It just secretes. But I understand what
that's sad. Eating is good.
Mm-hmm.
But I was. I think I fell asleep. I'm sorry. I just was so tired.
It's okay. What room were you in when you fell asleep?
I was at my desk.
How much of your food had you eaten?
I guess I'd had lunch. I mean,
Did you recall when you woke up where your head was?
On my arm.
Okay. So you didn't fall into the food?
No, I ate my food.
Okay. That's good. It's good to know.
The sedation is pretty heavy,
Mm-hmm.
but she's trying.
No, that's fair. So aerosoled while she was eating in her office.
Yeah, she's got that little cubicle in the corner of the...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I will message them to look for air vents and any sort of narcotizing element that may have been released into the room.
Well, we did isolate something in the air filters.
Especially with airflow patterns. So we do the full COVID map of like what idiot sat in front of the air conditioner and took their mask off.
Yeah.
Only instead of that, it's sarin gas.
Well, there's apparently a sample in the filter you can extract, Doctor. So if you want to do that next, that'd be great. I'm
going to assume that a maintenance robot has already been dispatched to collect the filter.
Okay.
Bring it to medbay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Actually, ask her who's. We'll show him, the doctor, the wet plushie, the whale one. Ask her which kid had this plushie.
All right, I'm going to describe it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think flashing pictures would be great right now. Little mistraumatized. So I'm going to describe the whale as best I can.
Okay.
And I said I need to know who this belongs to. It's important.
Well, they're not supposed to bring things. It was probably from the collection in the classroom. And during nap time, they're supposed to be sleeping. So I try to keep them from having toys, but sometimes they sneak them, kids.
Mm-hmm. Who would be most likely to sneak this one?
Is it the dolphin?
No, it's the large whale, the orca. It had black.
Oh, because they don't like pilot whales at all. I don't know why. But
that is odd.
Mother.
I don't think 11's a statistically significant sample size. Otherwise, I'd want to look into that. But for right now,
it was probably Tina. If it was the orca, it was probably Tina. She likes that one.
Okay.
And sometimes it helps her sleep, so I kind of pretend like I didn't see.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
Discipline is falling all over. I get it.
Okay.
Society's really collapsing. So yeah, I let you know it's Tina's whale.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do a quick look up of who are Tina's parents. Are they anyone important?
Well, you're kind of going to realize that almost everyone here is important in one way or another, at least in their given field. I mean, even Miss St. John, the teacher, is an expert in educational particularly for young kids, educational pedagogy.
It's a school in a company town where you have to buy air. The only person allowed to have kids. But the most powerful guy on station.
But everybody on the station is certainly the expert in their field on this planet, if not recruited specifically from Earth to work here. Mm-hmm. So you can imagine the sort of socio-political tensions that arise from that, right? Mm-hmm. Everyone is a high profile expert in their field. And so you get the sort of educational one-upsmanship the educated one-upsmanship associated with classic university stereotypes. Mm-hmm. But so yes, they are somebody in at least somebody's estimation.
Okay. All right. Well,
but they do not look to be like a politically sensitive target.
Okay.
In terms of exploitation or kidnapping and leverage.
Okay.
It's a space whale Yale.
Boo.
DeLier, are you still kind of sniffing around and looking at the remnants of nap time?
Yeah.
Essy?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you?
Let's see. Go ahead, Russ.
Well, can you track it outside the classroom?
Well, I mean, that's sort of what I was getting at. Like,
Okay.
it's a little bit weird if it's like bounded, right? Do we basically have what amounts to a fairy ring of seawater?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. There's a fairy ring of seawater.
So
It's a very small fairy ring. I mean, it looks very
Right.
mundane. It looks like someone dunked a plushie or most of a plushie in salt water and then just dropped it on the floor.
Okay. So that actually was something I was going for. Was like how organic was the boundary, right? Like, did it seem like it had just seeped out of this toy, or were we dealing with some sort of weird,
It is not a perfect circle.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
I guess it is roughly oval because the profile
Yeah, okay.
of this
Right. Yeah.
toy is roughly oval.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something
Mostly
else
my
catches-
brain had just go ahead.
Something else catches your eye, however, and laying a couple of mats over is a book. Books are odd because most people don't bother with them anymore, especially in a resource-strapped
Mhm.
economy, right, where you've got manufacturing is limited and trees are not a thing, and synthetic pages are not necessary. But they do have a market with young kids because it's just a good exercise for them to manipulate the pages and to have access to it without having to invest in tablets and that kind of thing, right?
Right.
And so there's this book laying there, kind of half tucked under one of the mats, the corner sticking out. But it draws your attention because, except for the shoes, it's the only other object, the shoes and the orca, and the only other object on an otherwise surprisingly neat classroom.
Mhm. What book is it?
It is a children's book by the name of Where the Wild
Things Are, huh?
Title.
Yeah,
Oh.
titular line.
Wah wah.
Okay. Yeah, Severance. We have an artifact, or I guess it's probably a reproduction, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Look through
It
it.
is clearly, it doesn't even look like a commercial reproduction. It
Mhm.
looks like somebody made it, but with like a 3D printer, right?
Yeah.
So the book it's well made. It's just looks like a one-off.
Are there any other books in the classroom?
Yeah, there's a whole shelf of similar books. Most of them look commercially made.
So this one looks physically different, like in terms of its.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, it's the most notable thing. It is incredibly dog-eared, even for stiff, hard, thick plastic pages.
Uh-huh.
They are bent and stained and extremely well used.
Okay. I will, with gloves on, physically flip through it, I guess. To see.
Are you familiar with the story of Where the Wild Things Are?
It's been a while.
Max-
Yeah.
Max is
When
running
Max
around.
wore his wolf suit and made
Max
mischief
wore-
of one kind and another.
Yes.
another.
And he ran around. His mom sent him dinner. Bed turns into a sailboat, and he sails through a year and a day to the
Mhm.
land of the wild things, where he becomes king. And they have the wild rumpus.
Okay.
I gotta admit, I'm a little concerned, out of character, about the line "We'll eat you up, we love you so."
Yeah.
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 It's fine.
When does
Everything's
James
fine.
Gandolfini enter the book?
Oh no.
All right, Ito, what's your next step in terms of looking at the data you have access to?
So I know that we had the blip of where that came through. Do we have
Right.
because we have the specific timestamp of when that occurred?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's not an instance, right? It starts filtering,
Mhm.
and then there's an increase in the amount that it's filtering, and then there's a decrease in the amount that it's filtering, and then it stops filtering over a 10-minute period, centered around the time that the kids' links disappear.
That went disappear too. Would I be able to trace back, like I said, basically since this was at least when this was taken out, back to the filtration systems and where I was like that might have gone further for processing at some point too? Because was it just caught like in one of the filters, or did it actually? Do I think that there's more of this that could have traveled back into the system and been filtered out?
If the filter's doing its job, it wouldn't, because an underwater facility, you don't want, because everything is potentially interlinked within a given habitat. You don't want anything dangerous getting out of a space into another space.
Exactly.
Right? So these are pretty sophisticated life support units, filtering units within the life support system.
Mm-hmm.
So that individually, they should be doing a complete job.
Okay. I do want to ask, because I think we're all in just communication with each other, because you notice the book there. Could it be analyzed for any that same compound as well? Maybe that was something within that, or something else that could have released it unknowingly. So,
up to you guys.
All right.
You can ask for anything you want.
Yeah. So this is what I'm asking everybody else to, and see if that is another way. That is actually something else.
Well, I wouldn't focus so much on the compound itself. Dr. Chopra is going to look at the sample, and we'll figure out more from that. I think you need to focus more on the kids themselves. Now, it sounds like we have a potential transport that took them away that Hotspot found. Maybe Hotshot, sorry.
Yeah.
You should look at the dock that it was from and see if those security logs have been altered in any way that we can pick up more. Maybe they weren't as focused on the escape as they were as the abduction. So
we could also look at the school's medical records, or the local medical records.
Good luck.
I don't know if they had any condition, but if they had biomods and someone installed Life 360 on their gills or something, that might have been something that they forgot to.
So generally,
assuming they didn't disappear by magic.
Oh, if there's a secondary check.
Yeah. They don't usually do a lot of biomods postnatally on kids that young. They'll do prenatal stuff like transhuman things or gene.
Little girl with them.
It was a long shot. But,
But the only biomods they have are the chips that have been implanted.
Yeah.
But you can absolutely look at their medical records and get all the information you want. In fact, I'll give you a couple questions about that if you want to ask them. Hotshot, what are you doing?
I'm going to check out the where that transport came from.
Okay. It is called the GEO Golden Horizon, and it is a cargo vessel that is operated by the Global Ecology Organization, and they are they are one of the primary supply ships for the facility. It left, like I said, almost 3 hours ago now. It is still outbound. It's 100 kilometers away, a couple 100 kilometers away maybe at this point, but has not docked anywhere yet. It is a primary cargo vessel with a crew of 12 and a suite of robots that help man the ship. It is outbound to a place called Second Try, which is another town, another major population center beyond Haven.
Is there any way to get eyes on it?
Yeah, I mean, a vessel, crew, it's got its own security systems. It's not quite as sophisticated as Down Home Station in terms of Panopticon, but you could certainly get plenty of information. You could also, I mean, you are authorized as ERT, let alone your current role here at Down Home Station, to order it to even turn around or send in a security team. It's up to whatever you guys want to decide.
I would say, well, first to see if they made any stops along the way, if they were nonstop, but they might have made a handoff to another vessel, or some other facility. So track that. But I would say, surprise inspection, reroute to the nearest security team and have them get physical eyes on it. Because if they can hack the school, they could hack the security cameras on the vessel. So
okay, Ito, go ahead and give me let's see what kind of test would be appropriate. You want to collect some satellite data. You have access to it, but you need to sort through it to find what you're looking for so that you can track the vessel and see if it met up with anybody along the way. To answer Severance's question.
I would say operations or programming.
I think programming would be appropriate.
Okay. So for that. And again, apologize just to make sure I had that correct. So I see the 5 off to the side of it. So that would
That's your skill set value, and then add
skill set.
to that.
Okay.
I think probably logical. So you got a 7,
7.
and then you
okay.
roll 3 dice.
3 dice together. All right, and just because I got confused the last time, so
equal to or less than, just in this
equal
case,
to or less than. Okay,
and
so
you need 1.
Yep. So I got 1 success. So
okay, you basically, this is what the program was meant to do, right? Was to track things. So you just tell it, I need to know if this vessel met up with any other vessels or made any an islet along the way or anything like that, and it scans for you. It closest it gets to another vehicle is an aircraft. And they're still 50 kilometers apart, and the aircraft just continues on its way. So as best you can tell, assuming nothing's been doctored, the vessel left and has not encountered any other way to transfer kids unless they threw them overboard.
Okay. So likely, I guess if that was the case, it probably would have been on the ship that we're suspecting at this point. So
Severance, you get a notification that there is a GEO patrol on intercept course, and they're going to inspect the ship, and they'll report back as soon as they find anything.
Okay.
Okay, Chopra, the robot, shows up at the lab and drops off the filter to be sampled.
Mm-hmm. I begin doing that. Can I run the... can I have Apex run me the medical files of the kids while I'm doing that?
Yeah, well, you can do it yourself. There's other technicians here that are probably do this kind of thing all the time. I don't know if you want to trust anyone.
I will, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not,
so
I don't give a fuck if there's a political scandal after they're all alive. I can leave.
So you just give them the filter and say, hey, I need to know what contaminant was in this, and they go to work. What are you looking for out of the medical files?
Commonalities, outliers, and anyone who's going to have a really negative reaction to an aerosoled narcotic.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are some allergies, but none that, I mean, remember in a world where you can have, you've pretty much gotten rid of, especially in this economic tier, most of these kids are transhumans, which means their physicality is almost
they're
perfect.
little Gattaca freaks. Yeah.
Yep. There are a couple of kids who do have, I imagine there are also going to be things that are still cropping up being in an alien world. And so there are some kids that there's one kid that has an allergic reaction to a particular fast fungus that is part of the ecology here. Usually not a problem because they live in a filtered and isolated environment. But the medical records say that when they visit islands, sometimes they get a horrible rash and get...
Also probably not great if you're in a storage container in the back of a leaky cargo tub. Yeah.
Probably also true. The only outlier, Maxwell, and he is autistic.
Okay.
He is a little older than the other kids. They're all like 4 or 5, and he's like 7. But developmentally, he's probably more like 3 or 4. He is physically too. He is nonverbal, but is functional enough that he can be part of the socialization class. And of course, there is a long medical history of trying to understand what was the cause of the autism and if there was an intervention that could be done, and lots of things that have been tried, and records from his therapist and all that kind of thing. But that's the only significant outlier given the genetic tools available to. Most medicine these days is either has to do with trauma or dealing with exotic conditions brought on by living on an alien world.
Okay.
I guess I'll just wait for the drug analysis then.
Yeah. Well, we need to that ship they may be still in the habitat dome, so we need to look for potential places they could be hidden and search them. I mean, that's the only other option we have now. We don't have, aside from this motive. I mean, I guess you could ask if the teacher remembers having this book in there. Maybe this is a signature from the kidnapper, trying to I don't know what kind of statement they're trying to make, but it could be. We can't rule that out. Oh wait, we could look at the if we have Is there a way to get an inventory of the books that should be in the classroom, like just through records?
Oh yeah, the classroom teacher. I always update those.
Well, I mean, it's the future.
When you have an almost AI that does it,
Yeah.
AIs don't get bored.
Yeah.
Okay.
They just do it. And especially if you're monitoring all of 3D printers and their output and all that kind of thing. There is an inventory of books.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Where the Wild Things in it?
It is not.
Okay. Can we tell where this book was manufactured then?
It's in the digital inventory.
Okay.
But it's not in the physical inventory.
Okay. Can we analyze the book to see what particular 3D printer printed it?
Yeah, I imagine that in a place like this, they're going to have the equivalent.
Yeah. Like a water, basically, the equivalent of a watermark or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was printed in the life support lab.
Okay. When? Or can we tell that?
Well, you can go back to the logs.
Okay. Go back to the logs. When did they print the...
this one was printed probably 3 months ago. Maybe 2 months ago.
Okay. Does it have a user? Did a particular user print it?
Yeah, a man named Jake Williams.
Okay, let's go talk to Jake Williams.
Can we also cross-reference that?
Of life support facility.
He's the leader of it?
The chief engineer of life support.
Okay. He would have the technical expertise to do this. Sorry, what was your question, Essy?
Can we cross-reference that with the child, Tina, was it? With the orca? Is that his child? Is there some relation?
Okay. Does he have any kids in the classroom?
Maxwell Williams.
Maxwell Williams, yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, Jake Williams. Okay. All right. Let's. Where is he? Let's go talk to him.
He's in the lab. Well, they call everything here the lab, but this would be more like he's the director of life support. So they do experimental development, but he also has the job of overseeing the day-to-day function and maintenance of the. Okay. He holds multiple PhDs and he's may dress and look like a janitor, but he is a solar system class expert on life support system.
Okay.
So you're saying he's an engineer through and through?
Yeah. So who's gonna go there?
Me and Essy for sure. Dr. Chopra, if you want to go.
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay.
If I'm just waiting on test results.
Yeah,
I
can accompany
back
you.
Into the hallway, I'm still gonna sniff around just on the off chance. It doesn't seem like anybody was stupid enough to leave us a drip of seawater trail, but
doesn't seem to be.
Okay.
And out here, there's a lot more smells because the shared hallway with other classrooms. As you guys step out into the hall, you hear rolling of footsteps and angry voices coming from around the corner and down the hall.
I'm going to try to not be sniffing at things when
the safety officer looks up at you and clearly, you can tell by the look on his face that this is not going to be good.
You go deal with.
You see a tide of parents start to sort of flood around and they immediately start yelling and shouting, "Where's my kid? What the fuck are you doing? Who the hell are you? Where's it? I'm getting him on the phone right." It is just a deluge of a spectrum. Some of them are genuinely panicked parents, and your heart breaks because they're crying and upset. Others are furious.
Okay.
And others are pulling third-degree Karens, right? They're calling their representatives. They're calling administrators. How dare he be busy when I'm trying to?
Yeah, there's a reason I left.
It's just a wall of impact.
We are at Pete Karen here.
Essy and I are going to just try and just get out of the way and sort of, just.
Oh, they see the security guard, but he's just another, guy in a uniform. They see you, and I'm assuming that your credentials are floating in AR land, so they can just see who you are. And
okay, well, if that's a protocol,
and you can. And they just start deluging you with questions and demands. And some of them are kind of pushing in. So you guys are finding yourself pushed kind of back against the bulkhead. Okay. Severance, you're kind of a big guy. But Essy, you're considerably larger.
Okay. I will.
I'll
How dare
insert
you? Who do you
myself.
think you are? Where's my kid?
Yeah.
Someone's tugging on your uniform like, please, where's my daughter? You got to explain. There's probably a dozen people here.
Yeah, I guess crisis management. So is
Send them to the customer service cricket, and then Tom disconnect.
yeah.
Just get out of there.
Okay.
Address all issues with Administrator Anderson. I am not at liberty to discuss anything. Please redirect. We have a job to do. Please get out of our way while Essy physically pushes everyone out of the way.
Okay, I want to see their reaction to your crowd control. So give me a crisis management.
Okay, so that's 2d10, and I'm going to use determined, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, so I guess I need a 5 or less.
So you get stern and you draw yourself up.
Nope, I rolled 2 9s.
Okay, you open your mouth, you start saying what you said. The noise is just like they're not giving you speak, and it's getting worse. In fact, someone gets shoved and falls down. The security officer starts yelling, and he's trying to push back. Essy, what do you want to do?
Oh Lord, I am not remotely built for this sort of situation.
I have an idea if you're out lost
you are, but maybe not skill
Well,
set.
yeah.
You gotta push it. Do you want me, Essy, do you want me to try something?
I mean, you're not there, right?
But I'm in basically back security and operations, and I'm assuming we have a PA system we can tap into.
Yeah, of course.
Sure, go for it. Your
Radiation,
solution will be better than mine.
You could also Cyrano this and just say into his ear what she's supposed to say.
Yeah.
True. I was gonna do like social operator to say for the operation.
Right. But you can feed words to Essy.
Yeah.
So I'm going to basically I will do that under the guise of Essy saying, all right, here's what you need to do to calm them down. Saying, well, that's like the emergency services are currently looking into this, so we are just as concerned for your children. We will inform you as soon as possible, but at this time, panic does not help anyone. We can only do so much in this moment. You will have we will inform you as soon as we know anything. Otherwise, direct your questions to Administrator Anderson.
Okay, so, I'm going to do something that's not even in because this is a unique situation. Essy, I'm going to let you use intimidating because you are, and then you get to use your social operator. So combine those two numbers, and then Ito can roll on that.
Oh,
okay.
Nice.
So my intimidating is at 4.
Let's see. And social operator is at a 4, and I'm assuming I could probably add logical to this as well.
Well, his attribute, her attribute instead of yours.
Intimidating is under physique. So just roll 3d10 and try to get something lower than 8.
I think I can do that. Hopefully.
Or equal to it. But
Shut up, Ross. Yep, that's 2 successes. So 1 on the top and 1 under.
Okay, so you draw yourself up, kind of push Severance aside, and kind of bellow out some Crib Notes version of what you're being told. Link. What do you actually say to the crew?
What do I say?
Look,
Look.
Either us here, the experts, can spend time answering your individual questions, or we can work on finding your children. What do you think will be the more effective use of time?
Okay, that comes out with a guttural rumble that usually try and hide, but you're letting it.
Yeah.
And the people right in front kind of step back and knock into the people behind them. The crowd suddenly gets quiet. Some guy in the back didn't quite get the full thing, so he's still yelling until some. They kind of go quiet.
Yeah.
They kind of go quiet, and they give Severance, this is your chance to actually communicate a piece of information.
Okay. To the crowd?
Yep.
Yes, we rest assured everything will be resolved. We will explain everything in due time, but we have urgent business, and your panic will only make things worse. Go home and wait for further information. So, yeah, I guess I'll do that as crisis management. The best thing you can do for your kids is to go home and wait. So, yeah, I got a 1. So
okay, they don't disperse, but as you walk through, they step aside, and there's a moment of quiet that you can use to split, and then as you go around the corner, you hear them start talking again.
Okay,
and you realize that you left the security officer there alone, but he now has to fend off the whole crowd.
Well, exactly. That's his job. That's his job.
Hotshot.
Yeah.
Hotshot, you are just completed a sort of a VR tour of the it's a real-time tour of the security or the supply ship through its security system. You can't see everything, and you certainly didn't have time to talk to everybody. I need you to give me some kind of test that would let you decide about the veracity of what you're seeing or what people are telling you.
All right. And there's not much for in searching for stuff.
Well, you've got an ERT member, and there's a component, and damage control. You know your way around a ship.
All right, I'll do damage control.
Okay.
That's 2d10.
And maybe add that to insightful. So you've got 5.
Okay. Yep. That's 2.
Okay. They seem to be trying to help. I mean, they're a little confused, but you don't get any kind of nefarious vibe and nothing that's obviously wrong with what you're seeing. But there's no way. It'd be easy to hide 11 kids on a and not be able to find them using the remote systems.
Okay.
Right.
So the sub is a bust.
I shouldn't say easy. It's not easy, but it's possible.
Can I just from what I've seen and what I know about ships and everything, give them some search instructions of be sure to do that.
Absolutely.
Be sure to check these things here and look for this and so on and so forth.
And Severance, your V gives you an update that the security team that you called in is probably on the ship.
Okay, so they're searching the ship right now.
No, they're 20 minutes out, so
okay.
they'll land. They're rendezvousing with the ship.
Okay, good.
Dr. Chopra, you have the medical files. If you have any more questions about those, back from the lab tech. Assays are pretty quick in a highly scientific environment, and it's a little disappointing. The material appears to be the equivalent of molecular rust. When metal rusts, you can tell that it was metal at some point. This is a molecule that essentially oxidized, and so it broke apart and became constituent molecules that independently are readily identified, but there's no clarity on what it was when it was a whole structure.
Okay. So some engineered knockout thing designed to be dissolved, to disappear before anyone can figure out what it is.
As a geneticist, can I re-engineer it from those constituent parts?
You could re-engineer a bunch of different things, but you wouldn't be guaranteed. It's like Legos. You've got a bunch of Legos, molecular Legos, and you don't know what the final design is supposed to be, and you know that you're probably missing a few Legos. But absolutely, you can give it a try and give yourself maybe some idea of the class of drug it was.
Okay. I guess I'll be insightful geneticist again. Need under a 4. I got a 1, a 2, and a 9.
Okay, so you're not actually doing it like we do now, where they're putting it together and using crude computer models. You have very sophisticated computer models that speed of near AI.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take you an incredibly long time to run through the options that this thing could make, and then give it some list of priorities that would bring the most likely versions to the top of your list. You're not struck by it's the second one on the list that draws your attention. You're not struck by what it does, because there's plenty of things that you're familiar with that will do the same thing in terms of sedating people and doing so relatively harmlessly and quickly. What you are struck by is that the assay data that was used in this model identifies Long John template. This molecule was structured using the whole MacGuffin for Poseidon is the mining of this long john, and it's used most commonly as a tool for manipulating genetics. Hence the ability to stop aging and why it's called long john and why it's so valuable. But molecules that are built using it as a template, as they've improved that science, it becomes more readily apparent when that happens. And this molecule was probably built using a long john template.
So it was a pretty sophisticated aerosol construction?
Well,
or was it a out-of-the-box, make-your-own knockout gas?
Nobody usually does out-of-the-box long john stuff.
Yeah.
This requires some sort of sophisticated manufacture or production.
Okay, cool.
It's cutting-edge genetics.
Okay. So it's only someone on, well, like there's not a lot of, solar system class experts on this dome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the planet itself is the source of long john.
With the stuff, yeah.
The people who are most expert at researching and developing long john are really on planet.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that's troubling. But yeah, the hell is going on? Yeah. Curious here and curious.
Is there a supply for building those things on station?
There's absolutely a long john research facility on station.
Where
There's
is that
probably several
located?
labs that are working on them.
Labs.
It is in the main hub with the other labs.
Okay. Is there like a centralized location where you would go to get long john templates, like in the hazardous storage region, because you don't want your CRISPR getting out into the fucking water supply? Or
No,
something?
it's not quite like that. It's a medical supply, but it's pretty stable, and it's just really valuable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. That's the only the primary security concern is that it's like gold.
Yeah.
In the 1840s, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the reason the colony effort is happening, and it's valuable.
So if some of it went missing to make illegal knockout gas, was that something that would be recorded and noticed somewhere?
If there's a gap in the inventory.
See if
let's get into Apex and find me missing long john templates that are not accounted for. Yeah.
Also, cross-reference
it
parents.
It takes no time for Apex to return that information, and within acceptable margins of experimental waste, there are no missing or unaccounted for supplies of long john. No.
So it either didn't come from here, or they entered it into the system wrong to invest.
Okay. I mean, among other things.
It's either an outside job or an inside job. I've done well.
Actually, cross-reference it with parents. Do any of the parents of any of the missing kids work at this lab where there is long john available?
Not directly at the lab, but there are a lot of hard to do anything on in the scientific realm that doesn't at least rub up against some element of long john.
Okay.
I should say in the biological realm.
Okay. So
we had computers, right?
Yeah.
Security cameras running the whole time. We have access to like current footage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which parents didn't show up? You said you got mobbed by a bunch of concerned parents. Was anyone not there, and do they have an excuse for why?
There are a number that weren't there. I would say 25% of them didn't show up. Some of them have
work schedules.
There are schedules, and each one would be able to articulate to you why they didn't show up. If you have specific questions, like to the veracity of that alibi, we can address those. But every family was represented in that. Clearly what somebody did was they went to their group or their dad's group and like put out a Facebook post and said, "Oh my God. And look, I can't find my kid," because they have access to the
tracking, to
the chip. Right. Yeah, and if they check to see, how's their blood sugar, or did they eat today or whatever. And then they see the kid's not there, they'd have a panic and they'd ask their friend. And then there's this wide scale class-wide panic.
I'm just trying to think of anything to make sure like we don't go Israeli Navy on this random cargo character. There's nothing in there. I'm just trying to find any kind of confirmation.
Some of the reasons those marine science, he's an oceanographer, and he's currently down at the Hadel Station.
Yeah.
Which it's hard to get to and hard to get back from. It just takes a lot of time.
Sure.
You will find out that he's having a freak out down there and demanding that the lab is in the middle of some sensitive experiments, and they're sending a sub to get him. That he's got to wait.
Yeah.
There is, well, Max's father,
Jake
Williams.
Yeah.
He is still at the lab.
Yeah, and we're heading to see him.
You can realize very quickly through the connection that he has also discovered this anomaly in the filters, and given his role, is like analyzing those and trying to suss out what that problem was in hopes that just doing something will help.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
But all parents and members of polycules have all been represented, and the numbers are increasing as they all find out and get out of whatever they're doing and go down to the road.
Okay.
So I think the ship is the only lead we don't have right now.
Well, Jake, I want to talk to Jake about the book.
Okay.
Because that's our only other lead right now.
Assault rifle.
Yeah.
Bespoke analogiac, aerosol dispersed.
Yeah.
Children's book, assault rifle. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, great printer queue.
Yeah.
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 All right. So by the time, you were headed to the lab, right?
Yeah. To talk to Jake.
Okay.
Essy's
so
with
you
me.
come into the space, and it is an orderly chaos in terms of the layout of the place. There is a bunch of people working, and there's a lot of disassembled equipment, half assembled projects, some experiments running in the actual lab portion. But you are kind of nodded and thumbed towards this big guy, almost as big as you, who is kind of working in a corner. You see he's got a filter system disassembled. There's got a robot assistant and a human assistant, and they've got the filter pulled out, and you can see a bunch of assay equipment and other chemical sampling gear. And he's just disassembled the thing, and he's cursing at something as you roll up.
Mr. Williams?
He keeps working. Yeah, what? A little busy here.
I'd like to talk to you about Maxwell.
He spins around. Have you found him?
No.
Who are you? Are you one of those ERTs?
Yes.
What do you need? Didn't my wife go down to the classroom?
I wanted to talk to you about this. And I hold up the book.
What the? I got a little more important thing to do here. It's a kid's book. It's Max's. Big deal. Come on.
Would you know of any reason why it would be found next to a puddle of seawater in the classroom?
Seawater? No. Max takes it wherever he goes.
Okay.
Yeah, he takes it wherever he goes. Where did you find that?
In the classroom.
You just left it there?
Yes, it was left there next to a stuffed toy.
Oh God, he doesn't. I mean, he
takes it everywhere.
And if he doesn't have it, he has an episode.
I see.
Oh Jesus! How could he?
Do you have any idea?
You see that he's thinking, and he's like scanning through something. Mm-hmm. He left with it this morning. I dropped him off at school with it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, everybody knows he has it.
Mm-hmm.
It's his security blanket, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And
how many times I've read that book to him?
Countless, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, countless. What do you think's happened? You can bring my boy back to me, right?
That's the goal, yes.
I got to help, and the best way I can is to figure out what this is.
Yes, our expert believes Long John was used to manufacture the aerosol.
He nods to the assistant nods back, and
yes. Have you made any other insights into it?
No, we identified there was That makes sense.
Okay.
I don't work with the stuff, but it's everywhere.
Yeah. Do you have any idea why someone would want to do this?
Are you kidding? Kidnap 11 kids? Well, sure. Which conspiracy theory of the week do you want?
Well, I mean, we're dealing with fact here.
Or legitimate espionage. I mean, do you realize the money that Geo's in this place? and not just in the facility, but in the staff. I mean, there's a lot of money, a lot of power. There's a lot of leverage in those kids. I don't know why they would take Max. I'm just a glorified life support engineer, but
sure.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, I'm going to use detailed, oriented, and observant to see if, how sincere he is being, I guess.
Okay.
So, yeah, I got a 1. So.
What was your target?
I guess, it's a 2d10 ability, and observant is 2, so I guess that would be, what, a 5?
Okay, so you made it by 4. If you make it by 5, you get a
okay.
Basically a critical success. There's a bonus associated.
Okay, yeah.
Same as if you miss it by 5, and if you get it spot on. So he seems like a guy who is not really in touch with his emotions beyond frustration and anger.
Okay.
He's really good at
engineer.
He's good. Yeah, he's good at those. But he is having feelings right now that he's to other people seeing.
Okay.
And he's having a hard time keeping them off his face.
Okay. So it's sincere.
He's turning them into aggression and anger.
Okay, so it's sincere. He's not hiding something. Yeah. He's
trying to hide his emotions.
Right. But he's not
right.
He's acting consistent
but
with
emotions poorly is a good signal you're not trying to hide your emotions.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. The other thing, we have to rule out the idea that they could actually just be hiding somewhere in the habitat dome. So since you're the life support engineer, is there anywhere they could?
Shit.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay. Yeah. We could build a profile.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've got all the data.
Yes.
He turns to the guy and just starts talking, as far as you're concerned, like life support gibberish, and starts consulting with Apex. And he follows your thread. I mean, this guy's a genius, right? But he was pretty focused. Mm-hmm. And so they start building what amounts to essentially a life support demand and production profile for 11 kids.
Yeah.
And they rank it at different volumes, so they could look for it in different spaces around the facility.
Okay.
And he's working on it. He says, it's going to take a few, but with Apex help, I mean, maybe 10 minutes? I don't know.
Of course. Please let us, when you have it, begin the search.
Yeah.
We will remain here until we can think of something else. I mean, in the meantime, I'm just going to look through the parents to see, of the people who are there, just track down, make sure everybody's where they should be, and nobody's missing suspiciously, and everybody's acting sincerely, at least looking through security cameras.
Okay, everyone, you start looking at the logs. It's not just right. So a lot of, except for the ones who are in critical services, in either the Hadel station where the guy hasn't been able to come back yet, or there's a few that are off site and presumably have been informed. They have all been brought to a swing space, to a conference room in the administration wing to do the thing that law enforcement does when there are, where they can keep everybody calm, keep them out of contact with the rest of the population, and try and assuage their fears. So they're coffee and blankets, and they're getting their counselors and social workers in there, and so you can watch that. Or you can go there.
I can watch it remotely. I don't want to be closer. I'm sorry, Essy, did you have an idea?
Just can we essentially, and I'm sorry, this is a really weird way to say it, but the way I'm thinking about it is, can we get effectively a Marauders map view that time lapses and take it backwards? I'm really more concerned with where all the parents were at the abduction time than where they are right now.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Apex can gin that up in moments.
Okay.
Are you looking for, what are the red flags that you ask Apex to identify?
I actually, let's see, there are 11 families involved, so that's going to be more than parsable if we color code them. And I kind of want to do a human traffic analysis.
Okay, give me a test. And I'll give you a +4 because you're working with a genius expert system.
Okay. Let's see. What do I want to do? Investigation seems to fit.
There you go.
And I guess this is going to be aware, so that's going to be 5 and 4 is 9, and I'll roll 2. So 8 and a 5 gets me there.
Okay. It means now. Is that what was the total? Your target number?
I was 9.
Okay,
yeah,
so
it was
you
5
didn't
and 4.
make it by 5.
Yeah, still no crit.
So it doesn't make much sense. It doesn't seem to give you any information in real time because it's slow. But when you speed it up and you see like the expansion and contraction of everyone's traffic and activities, for a moment you're like, oh shit, and you realize they're all many of them are converging on the school because they're bringing their kids to class.
Drop-off time, yeah.
Right. And then they scatter, and then they converge again, and you realize, oh, that's one of the public cafeterias. And then not all of them, but some of them, right? Because they're friends. There's family group and whatever. But you see that kind of pulse and contraction, but not any more pronounced than that drop off. And then nothing that goes to the supply ship. There's nothing that goes back to the classroom. Nobody goes back to the classroom. There are people who come closer than others to the classroom. And there are people that go home and people that don't move at all because they're sitting at their desk doing whatever they're doing. But nothing stands out as that person seems like they had access to the students.
Okay. So I want to put this to everybody, just because I don't want to spend a lot of time rabbit trailing on this. But like, can we take it as a given that this needs to be some degree of inside job? Like they have to have at least one person making this happen on the inside. So the question then is, like, what I would like to ask first is everyone who was within 10 meters of the classroom for plus or minus 30 minutes of the abduction.
There's a lot of teachers and other students from the other classes.
Okay, let's go ahead and eliminate those.
Okay.
Anybody that we wouldn't expect? Yeah.
Miss Click, the school admin, makes a pass through.
That's fine.
Several robots.
No, that's really weird. No, she's up to something. They don't go to schools. She's got no reason to be there. It's her. I load my gun.
Several maintenance robots, vacuum the hall and clean the windows, and there is a safety officer who does a timed patrol. But there isn't anybody that doesn't seem to have to be there for a reason.
Okay.
Except the administrator. Yes, super creepy. Well, see, I work at private schools. Administrators are all.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, it's different when they live there.
And silly question, because we're with the records we're looking at, are those just for the day of the disappearance?
I mean, that's what I was limiting it to, just for signal to noise ratio. But like,
okay,
yeah,
what you thinking?
Mainly just maybe going back a little bit too and seeing if there's anybody else within a couple days prior who may not have needed to be there. That's where I'm thinking. But if it's not necessary, go ahead.
Well,
so
I mean,
Hotshot.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
My only other thing. Well, I mean, the thing is, even if they did set up something to like maybe put some sort of device to stage the aerosol, like they still had to physically be there to transport the kids. Like, so we're still thinking about my thinking. Maybe it's an ex of somebody, could be the inside person, maybe not one of the active parents, but somebody who,
previously involved.
Yeah, previously, but that spread furthers the net. But like, anyways, let's do.
Yeah,
we need to find out about the ship.
Yeah, have we figured out how they've managed to deactivate the trackers?
No.
I have an idea on that.
I swear to God, I will just shoot a torpedo at the ship. We must stop dithering. I will just launch.
Yeah.
Hotshot.
Yeah.
You at some point, I remember Severance ordering you to go have a look around outside the classroom. I need a test on what you see. So let's see what would be useful. You could do echolocation, which would be unique.
Okay.
I think you have cetacean culture would work. Mechanic would work. Remote operations could theoretically work. certainly damage control could work. And then insightful maybe. And because you can echolocate, I'll give you a +2 on it.
All right. Yeah, I'll do damage control.
Okay.
Yes, that's 2.
All right. You swim outside the classroom. You see the 3 sort of domed windows that stick out into the water, and you can see through them into the classroom. There's nobody in there. What you notice is subtle and probably would not be noticed by anyone either didn't have echolocation or knew what they were looking at. Outside the window is a cultivated kelp forest. So there's aquaculture going on, and there's a bunch of Poseidon analog kelp that's growing in these probably 15 or 18 foot tall fronds that make this big waving green, bright green crop field. Akin to sort of like a cornfield, but really tall and really kind of flowy, right? And it doesn't quite block the view from the windows, but it's a major feature when you look out those windows. You also notice that, well, you've seen them all day, and you can hear them in your use so these little scrubbing robots that just kind of crawl around on the outside of the facility, scrubbing off the algae, which is constantly regrowing and cleaning windows and all that kind of stuff, looking for maintenance issues and what have you. And you sense that with your echolocation, when you echolocate on a kind of an algae covered bulkhead, it's different than when you echolocate on a clean bulkhead. The echo is less fuzzy, right? Because echolocation allows you to see structure. And you sense that outside the classroom, there is an area of clean bulkhead. Now, obviously, the whole facility is cleaned pretty regularly by these machines, but it's a very subtle difference. The algae that has been growing is probably only a couple days old, so you can't even really see it with the naked eye, but there is an almost perfect circle, maybe a meter across, that is devoid of any kind of growth or algae.
So is it just part of the bulkhead, or is it like a hatch, or?
It just appears to be part of the bulkhead.
So, all right, I'll send that in.
Okay. Look through security footage. Are there exterior cameras that would?
They are not as ubiquitous.
Okay.
Most of the stuff outside is sonar.
Okay. Well, sonar. Look at sonar. See if anything came close to the classroom, or was approaching towards that bulkhead location. Like if anything was, like moving towards it before around when she went to sleep, because we have like that 5-minute window.
Hotshot, give me another similar test, because you're the best one to interpret echolocation.
Okay.
Just sonar records.
So they could have clamped something onto the classroom, that creates like an airlock, cut open it, pull the kids through that, and then welded the new one on there as a replacement or whatever. Maybe.
Yeah, I got one.
Okay. The bulkhead seems flawless, right? Echolocation is a great way to do stress testing for engineering, right? You can tell when there's dissimilarities in the materials, but it doesn't seem to have been. It's industrial bioplastic, so it would have to be cut or melted and then fused. And you can grow back new bioplastic almost seamlessly, but an engineer is going to be able to find, echolocation is going to be able to find the seam. Doesn't seem to be any seam there.
Okay.
But the data does, I don't know what the equivalent would be in terms of our understanding of echolocation data or sonar data, because we don't really have that sense. But if you were looking at like a videotape and like a bird flies in front of the camera for a second, you might be able to slow it down to the single frame or what have you and see the blur and figure out that, well, it's probably a bird because it's the only thing that could have flown in front of the camera, and so forth and so on. Well, there's an equivalent kind of in slow motion to the echolocation data. And the best you can guess, Hotshot, is that it feels like a bubble. but you're hesitant to say that because it's too big to be a bubble. Bubbles have they break into certain sizes based on pressure and depth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they take on a regular form because of pressure. But this one has an irregular form and it's way too large. And you're not sure because the waving fronds of kelp really do a great job of mucking up the data that's being sensed by the sonar because it's this soft target that's moving. And so you see this equivalent of this bird flash by, but it's a bubble, goes really slow over time and it gets mixed in the background noise from the kelp forest. So you're not really sure what you're seeing other than it just sounds weird to your cetacean ear.
It's structurally kind of a bubble shape.
Huh. Okay.
Probably more this is going to sound really weird, but you ever watch a Chinese dragon being taken down the street in a parade and it's kind of doing imagine
undulating.
that, but it was a bubble going really slow through a kelp forest.
Kind of like a reverse thing, like what happened in the Abyss when the water tentacle thing came out.
Maybe, yeah.
So it could be like a tentacle of air inside in the water.
Yeah, a Russian water bubble.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. That's a bit unusual, to say the least.
Well, this shape would it be big? Would it be? Can I tell it? Would it be big enough to be able to hold a number of kids?
It seems like a strange leap to make, but yeah, if what you're, it's like classic cryptid footage.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
you can say whatever you want about it.
At this point, I'm open to a buffet of possibilities.
Yeah. Nessie.
Well, then the answer is yes.
Okay.
All right. Well, again, send that in too.
Okay. Is it possible to figure out where that went? To track it?
You can swim around.
All right.
I'll continue. I'll continue my underwater vigil.
Okay. Keep searching.
It doesn't take you long to realize that strange damage has been done to the kelp field. Imagine if you ran into a cornfield carrying a razor, a hula hoop that was actually a razor blade.
Okay.
Right? And you chopped a tunnel right through the middle of the cornstalk. About a meter across. But in a cornfield, those stalks will all fall to the floor, right?
Yeah.
But in a kelp forest, they will float away. And because it all is flowing in the water, the circular tunnel left behind is not super obvious.
Yeah.
There's moments where there's a big gap. And
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have a really solid lead. Keep following it. And
yeah, I'll see if I can. If I'll try to track.
I have the safety patrol. If there's any vessels we can command to aid in the search, to spread out. To start doing that.
You go about 20 meters through the kelp forest, or through the kelp field, until the path, the trajectory of the tunnel through the kelp, impacts on jutting basalt of the seafloor.
Okay.
So it seems to dead end.
No, you see the shadows hide a meter-wide, perfectly circular hole that takes an abrupt leftish downward turn from the tunnel you were in, the kelp tunnel, and bores straight into the rock.
Okay, got something hinky here.
Okay. Is there anything in known technology that can do this without being detected, easily, or is this something weird? Is this
it's a little weird.
Okay.
You could certainly, someone could cut a hole. It could be drilled by any number of means.
Yeah.
But it would take time.
Yeah.
And if you've got dozens, if not hundreds of echo or sonar detection arrays around the facility, it would certainly hear it.
Yeah. So
this was either done a long time ago or not done in any of the records you've been looking at.
Okay, Apex check.
But it's also something that somebody would know about if it had
Yeah, exactly. Does Apex have a record of this tunnel?
no records.
No records. Okay. When was the last time this area was surveyed?
Well, I mean, the kelp is harvested occasionally. So it grows pretty fast, so within a month.
Okay. So definitely less than a month old then.
And they've done geologic surveys, especially when they built the place, and
Yeah.
those are still accessible, and there was no hole.
Okay. So, well, I mean, the kelp.
Hotshot, you can feel
Yeah.
cold water. Well, it's not. I guess it would be. You feel a slight current, drawing into the hole.
Okay.
Okay.
How long can you breathe without having to refresh? Can you just is it safe for him to go down, or should we send a bot to go down first?
Most whales is 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can probably do 20 minutes, but he's also got a gill on. There's
I do.
gills, so he can basically strap it on over his blow, filter oxygen, and give him a breathing source. But I'll tell you, it's a meter wide. You could fit your
If it gets
dorsal
any
fins
smaller?
and tail will rub against the sides, and
Okay.
there is no way you're going to turn around
Okay.
if the tunnel doesn't get wider.
Well, let's all suit up. I mean, I assume everybody here is good to do a little underwater action. And
Come on, guys.
Yeah, except that you're already nearing normal for most of you.
okay.
Dr. Chopra is an osmoform, so she's got a 15.
Yeah.
The pilot whale considerably deeper than that. And then, of course, there's remotes and drones and stuff.
Yeah, what depth is it at?
The tunnel is right outside of so the entrance to the tunnel is right outside the classroom.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's roughly like 80 meters.
So I can swim out there pretty easy?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll go outside with Tom.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's task some drones to go down first, and
Yeah, I'll get some fish. I'll get fishy with it.
yeah.
So you grab a mask. Actually, you don't need it. You've got nictitating membranes. And you jump into the water. Your uniform contracts a little bit and heats up. And you begin swimming. You have to cycle through an airlock, and then you begin swimming over to Joe. Actually, we have Hotshot come back over, and you can grab a hold of one of the straps on his, they call him monkey harness. Because they're designed
his
for
little
the
crash
natives.
diaper. Yeah.
Yeah, the natives use them to catch rides on cetaceans all the time. So you grab a hold of one, and he can whisk you over faster than you can swim on your own.
Yeah, cool, man.
Okay.
I resist saying we because I'm a professional.
Okay, so you're in transit. What are the rest of you doing?
Has Jake finished his profile? Has he just verified that they're not?
Yeah,
here?
we'll say that he's got a profile.
Okay.
I don't know if it's flawless.
Well,
But he'll start running it.
okay. Let us know if you find anything.
It does have to run for a few minutes because you have to verify that any natural variability is a fixed value.
Okay.
Within 5 or 10 minutes, he's like, no, there doesn't seem to be anything. There were a couple of flagged sites, and they verified that there weren't any kids there.
Okay.
So,
I'll just be looking through any sort of external video cameras or things that might have had an angle at, and just look at the timeline about when the abduction happened. Just to see if I can catch something. We know we're now assuming that the kidnapper came from the tunnel, went through the kelp forest, plugged on, somehow attached to the classroom, took the kids, and then sealed it back up somehow, and then went back the same way. So, with that theory, look through any external, passing ships. If they
give me a programming test. And Severance, you get a call from the security team. They are on site and have begun sweeping the supply ship.
Okay.
Golden Horizon.
Good.
Dr. Chopra, you have been to this ominous-looking hole that goes down through the what appears to be basaltic bedrock. There is a mesh.
Do regulation firearms work underwater?
Yeah, yeah, if you got the right ammo, and I would assume you would take the right ammo with you.
I would.
There is a bioplastic mesh that has been attached to the seafloor as substrate for the kelp, but that has also been cut through in a perfect circle. Well, as much as a mesh would be a circle over the hole. And you too can feel water being slowly drawn, a current being drawn into the hole.
Okay.
All right. We have drones, right?
Yeah.
You do.
Yep.
Beyond about 10 or 20 meters, they have to be autonomous because the signal does not pass very well through
I
water.
will send them 10 or 20 meters ahead of me and
Okay.
go in after them.
All right.
I guess can the cricket motivate underwater too, or is it just fly?
The cicada, no, it also it goes on. Yep.
Yeah, so I'll relay, hopefully with Tom.
Okay.
He can spool out an aerial for several hundred meters. So you can maintain radio contact.
Yeah, silly question, because I know it's technically already out there, but could we have gone back and said I retrofitted that with maybe like a cable or something else to continue to have like
if he's got an
direct line
aerial,
link?
I'll just like tie that around my waist, and if I guy,
well, it's a thread. It's a plastic thread that you can tie it around, and it's strong enough to tug you gently. But it would, if you tried to use it as a climbing rope, it would probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but if he books in water, would it pull me? Probably not. Yeah. All right, so I'll tie his aerial around me. Tom will be my
relay,
my swim getaway.
You got it.
All right, so he's keeping his cicada, and you're going down, dragging the aerial.
And I will communicate through the aerial and send the drones ahead of me.
You can also, it's dive gear to have a belt spool for a safety line. That's probably standard protocol. Yeah. So you could be running that too. You don't have to improvise, is what I'm saying.
Cool.
You guys are professionals.
I was trying to improvise my spelunking equipment from what I had on hand. Yeah.
So you head down the hole. My only question is, how deep are you going to go?
Until I find kids in need of medical care, I guess.
Okay. Well, what are the rest of you doing while she swims slowly down this tube? You're almost head down, probably maybe 10 degrees off of vertical, heading towards the north. That's the angle of direction, I guess, if you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so you go
very slightly north. I am pushing the drones out as far as I can before they go autonomous.
Okay.
And just
they are lighting the tunnel ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
It is utterly black. You look back over your shoulder a few times and you see the sort of glittering silver undersurface. And that's bright and probably lit by late afternoon sun at this point. So there's a golden hue, but it's an increasingly small circle.
Tunnel, so they
Excuse
don't see
me?
my wet. My goal is to blind the shit out of whatever's in that tunnel, so they don't see.
Well, you're doing a pretty good job of blocking it.
Okay.
And you've got devices that are shining very powerful spotlights down ahead of you. You are surprised by how straight. You don't have any engineering devices measuring it, but to the eye, it sure looks straight, and it's smooth. There are cracks in the rock, natural fissures, but or inclusions, but otherwise the walls are almost glass smooth.
Okay.
But the water is not hot.
No.
Okay.
The water is increasingly cold, and you can feel the current kind of carrying you along. You almost don't even. The current is strong enough to kind of carry you down.
Okay. Well, I'll keep going as long as I still have rope.
Okay. You will come to the end of that before you come to the end of the tunnel.
Okay.
You're about 1,000 meters down.
All right. Can I anchor it somewhere that might be easy to grab? I leave one of the drones.
You can leave the spool hanging, and it's a weight, enough of a weight to hold it.
Yeah.
The line down.
Yeah, I leave a drone next to it with a light on so I can see it.
Okay.
And then I just keep pushing forward.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing? This is a cautious swim, so it's taking some time.
Actually, the rest of us should get back to the ship because this is going to. That's obviously okay. So if this tunnel's a straight line, and it's heading towards the crevasse, right?
Yes.
So can we have Apex kind of calculate where that, assuming it's a straight line,
Apex has been triangulating for you
Okay.
using her own. So the entire complex
Mhm.
is like cutting edge smart facility. Right?
Okay.
So it has been tracking the signal. Now that it's leaving the aerial behind,
Mhm.
because that also reached its limit.
Mhm.
You're now just sort of on estimated position based
Mhm.
on where you've been swimming.
Okay.
And it does look like the line is intercepting the wall crevasse,
Mhm.
probably at about 5,000 meters.
Okay. Can our ship go down that far?
You don't have a submarine, but they do. Your ship is an aircraft.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Oh,
get.
they have-
Yeah,
Okay.
can
in
we?
fact,
Yeah,
there's the Hadel facility, which is
Yeah. Okay.
now the
Uh,
Hadel lab, but there's a lot of cargo subs and research subs.
Or requisition their sturdiest sub that can also maybe carry 11 kids. So, like, my plan is Dr. Chopra keeps going out, and we're going to all get in the sub and get us a pilot, unless I don't know if Hotshot can pilot a sub as well.
I can actually pilot it.
Okay, well, then, yeah. All right, so we will get in the sub and go to where we think the exit is and rendezvous with Dr. Chopra. Assuming.
So, I
Dr.
mean,
Chopra
I won't get that far.
Oh, okay.
You got a 1,500
Yeah, that's beyond my
meter,
crush depth.
and
I'll
you're about there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's not so much crush depth because you don't crush, but it does start to sort of like press your tissues in so tightly that nerve fibers start to like
Okay.
malfunction a little bit, and
All right.
it just becomes uncomfortable, painful, and eventually disorienting to the point of being.
Okay. Well, send the drones.
Well, I'll stop before then.
Yeah.
And head back, I guess.
All right. Send the drone, at least one drone, on autonomous mode to finish it. See if it survives, and then head back. And by the time we get the submarine up and going, we'll come and pick up Hotshot and you. So and then we'll go down to where we think it'll exit out. And
all right, I speed the drones ahead of me at like random intervals. Like I have one wait a couple minutes and then go, and then one wait 30 seconds and then go, and I have them go way faster than I could.
So they communicate with echolocation when they get out of range with sonar.
I don't think we're going to see anything, but I think we might randomly
right now
distract.
You're the only one that could hear it, receive it. They're inside the tunnel. But as soon as they shoot out the other end, they start signaling. And it doesn't take long before other systems at the facility pick up their signals. So they have shot out, and Apex locates them in her rendering of the chasm.
Okay.
So you guys, they have a submarine waiting for you. The hatch.
Okay. Get in the sub and go to where
You jump in. The hatch is barely closed. It submerges, and you guys are given priority traffic clearance. They open the external hatch and you launch out. Chopra airlocks through into the sub and steps in soaking wet and buckles into one of the passenger seats, and you guys are headed down into the chasm.
Okay.
So where are you going directly?
Well, I mean, if the drones have already exited out and they don't see anything.
Did they record any like side passages in
They
their
didn't.
passage?
It continued straight down till it came out, and then held position when they got there. That was as smart as that was their like they had reached the extent of their command and just went into standby.
Okay, we'll go to where the drones are and like survey it to see if we have any signs, any tracks of where the kidnapper went.
There is a scene right out of the abyss. Your submarine's bright spotlights are panning across the wall. The water gives this kind of blue tint to the floods. The remotes the two drones are also panning over, kind of coordinating with your scan. And it gives you this eerie view of just a vertical, irregular basaltic wall that has layers of sediment on all the ledges. There's occasional deep sea organism kind of growing out of or living in the hole itself is exactly what you would expect, a perfect 1 meter circle coming out at the same angle that it began the tunneling. And then it just, to progress outward would just take you out into the middle of the chasm. You are about 1,000 meters off the sea floor. The Hadal lab is probably a kilometer away from where you are. Well,
Yeah.
it wouldn't be that far. No, the Hadal lab is probably a few hundred meters away.
Okay.
You can see the water's so clear down here. You can see the glow of its own lights.
Okay.
But it's too far away to see anything other than the lights.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, aside of a search grid, I mean, like,
So they went straight down
yeah.
through the rock
Mm-hmm.
and exited into the abyss.
Mm-hmm.
What are the currents like down here?
Very strong. In fact, the pilot is he's actually having to earn his pay today because
So we wouldn't be able to find like any residual trails of like a drive signature. Or
not if
something
it
in the
couldn't
water.
not if it couldn't resist the current.
Yeah.
Shit. Any news from the security team on the cargo transport? Was I gone?
They
for
found
that?
nothing. Well, you now would have to relay communication
Yeah. Okay.
echo through a hydrophone, but once you do that, you find out that they're still searching but haven't found anything.
Okay.
And they report that everyone seems to be cooperative and suspicious activity.
Okay.
Okay.
How deep could you have gone and still avoided the traffic signature of Down Home Station?
Down here, it would be unlikely that, unless they have a few receivers down here.
Yeah.
But the main traffic patterns, this is way out of range of any traffic collision or anything.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if whether it was intentional or not. Like, did they drill through the rock to avoid detection, or did they do that just because it seemed easier than swimming?
It doesn't seem easier than swimming, and it certainly would be a way of detection, but it's a monumental task. Like it's a little boggling.
Yeah, that's the thing. I can't understand if it's just like hyper professional or alien
boggling.
Crazy logic.
It's not. If they drilled it for this purpose today, it's science fiction.
Okay. All right. Well, that's freaky.
Yeah. I mean, we're on site. They're also a few hundred meters away from the Hadal Station, which is a scientific research with all kinds of sensor technology, and nothing set off any of the alarms. No heat, no seismic activity.
Well, they're not looking for everything. They're looking for. So,
but with conventional technology, drilling a hole like this they would have noticed.
Oh, absolutely. There's definitely have seismic detectors because it's
so we're dealing with science fiction. Like we're dealing with a literal out of context problem. Like,
if the amount of rock mass that they had displaced from the hole had struck the bottom of the cavern, it should have registered seismically, right? As at least rockfall, right?
I need everybody to make a psyche test, please.
Okay.
Psyche test.
You the ones outside?
Well, I assume you came into the submarine with us.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, no, he's swimming outside. He's going to have that. I mean, the submarine does not say Cetacean compatible.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he can dive. He could probably parallel you to about 2,500 meters. And then had to kind of bail off as it just got too deep.
Yeah. Okay. So would it just be my base psyche, or could I use determined?
Base psyche. So target number is always a 5 for your attribute. Add your.
I made it. I don't know if that.
And then roll 1 die.
Okay. So my psyche is a 1, so I need a 6 or less.
Yep.
Okay. I failed. I got a 7.
I made it a 5 or less.
Yeah.
So.
On the second character sheet, you should have a track. Either called bravery or think some of them composure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You started the game at composed, and if you failed this test, you shift to shaken.
Okay.
And depending upon the circumstances, that can be a penalty or a bonus to what you're up to, right? If you're trying to think straight and be calm, it's a penalty. Mm-hmm. If you're trying to act based on what you know, it could be or how you're feeling.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fail my first real mission. Fuck!
So where does the sub go? Are you just moving up and down the wall? Or are you headed over to the Hadal Station?
I don't think they would head to the Hadal Station.
What is the crush death for the sub?
Well beyond the recorded depths for this area.
track a straight line. It was legitimately a straight line, right?
Yeah.
10-degree
Yes.
down angle.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're crazy enough to just bore through the rock to avoid detection, if rock isn't going to stop you, what's water going to do? Like, maybe we just assume they had it in a straight fucking line right down.
Yeah. I mean,
That's easy enough to plot,
Yeah.
and the pilot takes you there directly, and you find a gray, mucky, and this weird eel-like thing just kind of swims lazily across the seafloor in your spotlights.
Damn.
There's no marks on the mud. Water is clear.
So there's no meter wide
Cavern or-
eel sub.
Nope. Hotshot, where are you?
I'm guessing if I was following the sub as long as I can.
Well, you had to peel off at some point. So you're alone about 2,500 meters below the surface for the last 15 minutes. Or you can return to the surface or just wait for them. You're going to have to... I'm assuming you're wearing your artificial gill.
Yeah.
So you don't have to surface to breathe. Are you going to wait or are you going to go back to the surface?
Oh, wait.
Okay. All right. You get a relay from the hydrophone telling you that the patrol has finished their sweep and they have no reason to detain the vessel any longer.
Okay.
All right. Relay that.
All right. I mean, yeah, let them go. I mean, it's probably not the vessel if we have this fucking kilometer-long impossible hole. Yeah, I'm out of ideas. I honestly have no idea what to do. Outside of a search of the entire seafloor, just a grid search, this is calling the equivalent of National Guard and just do a widespread search. We're searching for a vessel that's never been seen before and can do things no one has done before. Outside of unless there's some protocol to contact the aliens on here and be like, what did you do this? I don't know.
I guess I took a sample of the tunnel as I was going through it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just tried to scrape off some rock or...
Yeah, char marks.
Yeah,
extreme.
no char. Nope,
Yeah.
It's like glass.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it seems like vapor. It seems like vaporization
you
or
could chip it.
sublimation
You
of
could
rock.
chip it. If in terms of a sample to bring...
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
dig into the wall a little bit.
Probably long shot as well too. But since we're out here, and it had been a suspicion of mine, seeing if there's maybe a signal repeater or something to essentially that would have captured the signals from the kids' trackers and relayed them somewhere else. So as a way of hiding it.
Radio doesn't transfer underwater more than a few very well. So even if there was, they wouldn't use them down here.
Okay.
But even if they tried, you'd have to have a repeater every 5 meters to make it work.
I guess have Apex go through Hadel's complex's sensors of timestamp for the timeline of the disappearance of the kidnapping to see if there are any anomalies of any kind. Anything that can't be easily explained of the crevasse of this region.
Okay.
So, if there's some kind of anomaly, in this timeline, that
for instance, a radiation spike that couldn't have possibly happened.
Yeah, radiation. That's actually really good. Yeah.
In the midst of that communique, there is a strange pause as Apex says, "A priority message."
Okay.
We've been informed that students have returned to the classroom.
Oh.
What?
All right, I start loading the pistol ammo for not shooting underwater. Yeah.
Keep them in quarantine. Or wait, are they in the classroom?
I've dispatched medical personnel, but safety officer says they are in the classroom.
Okay.
Sealed the classroom.
Quarantine
hermetically, as if it had been breached.
Yeah, quarantine.
Put it on its own air supply right now.
No, medical personnel can go in, but they can't come out. They have to quarantine as well.
Yeah, bulkhead closed immediately. Yeah.
We'll comply.
Yeah.
And so you guys, I don't know what the beat feet equivalent of a submarine is.
Yeah. Surface.
Okay. So you race back to the moon pool, and dock the submarine. And there's a montage of you guys like stripping off wetsuits and running down halls, and like, apparently at least one of you is like checking his sidearm, checking her sidearm.
Yeah.
And then you run up outside the classroom, and there is chaos.
Mm-hmm.
The hallway is packed with family,
Mm-hmm.
and then gawker and looker, hangers,
Mm-hmm.
interested people, and friends of the family and other relatives, safety officer personnel everywhere. You hear some of them shouting, trying to get access, and safety personnel are demanding that they stay back, that they're with medical personnel, they're under quarantine. People are crying. You really have to push your way. If the hallway's packed, just push your way through the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to do so?
Yeah. Push my way through a crowd. Tell Administrator Anderson I strongly recommend a lockdown. Make everyone go home and stay there.
Disperse.
Disperse.
Okay.
Go.
Then they do a routine lockdown.
Okay.
Safety protocol that people are familiar with. Most people know at this point. It's gotten out, right?
Yeah.
And so they assume that it's either because of that or that there's a lot of compliance, except from the people here.
Yeah.
They're like, screw that. I'm not leaving my kid. A few of them peel off, but it takes Essy to kind of part the crowd to get you guys to the front.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as people realize who you are, they start shouting questions at you, grabbing your sleeve. Some people are begging, other people are demanding, but you find yourself suddenly behind the wall of safety officers, looking at the door to the classroom. The bulkhead is shut.
Okay. Did any medical personnel go in there?
Yeah, there's a bunch of doctors and nurses.
What is their report? What are they?
No, we need to get ourselves clear before we go in there with.
There's a little window you can look through the pressure bearing window, so you can actually see them with your real eyes.
Yeah, I'm not going in. I wanted to hear from them.
But you can also use their own feeds if they give you access to see what they're seeing.
Okay, yeah, do that.
And so there are a bunch of kids laying on mats.
Mm-hmm.
They're soaking wet. There's water everywhere. They've got kind of that little bit. You ever seen a kid who just refuses to get out of the cold out, and they get kind of blue?
Mm-hmm.
They've got that look. You can see a couple of them moving, and you can ask Apex. Their biodata is back online.
Okay.
So you can get all of that. Their body temperatures are a little low. They're borderline, but they're respirating fine, and otherwise seem to be unconscious.
Okay. So they're cold, but so they've been cold and wet, but other than that, they're not like there's no immediate serious problems with them that are apparent.
Other than like, I'm sorry, this is horrible.
Yeah.
This is kind of a terrible joke, but like, we need to get Max to somewhere where there actually is a cornfield.
Yeah.
Essy, you say that and you realize that there's only...
Oh, I didn't say that. No, that was out of character.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
you think
crossing the meta barrier, being the security guy, you do a head count, and there are only 10 kids in the room.
Is Maxwell missing?
Max is missing.
Okay. Shit.
I'm gonna go into the room.
Okay. Bulkhead door opens when you say that. Apex slides it open. You slide in.
I am going with her.
There's a surge in the crowd behind, and the safety officers start shouting. They try and...
Oh no, bulkhead seals behind us. Yeah.
Anybody else going in, or just you two?
Just
I'll
them.
follow them.
Well,
or no.
Okay.
No.
The door starts to close, and you leap through, and you're like, "Oh, too late." So Ito's inside too.
All right.
Though Ito is the social operator, maybe you should be out here.
I would not say like I could talk.
Don't worry, Ito.
All right, Hotshot.
If it can burn through 5 tons of rocks in seconds, I don't think the bulkhead is going to save us.
I'm going to assume that you're a big old whale.
Yeah.
The window. So when you guys go into the room, Hotshot bobbing outside the viewports.
Okay.
So there's very reserved but urgent medical to a group of children.
If I could, I wouldn't be mouthing "what the fuck," but I can't do that.
Scan the walls again to see if you notice any changes in the algae like you did before.
Yeah, I'll do that.
It's almost a perfect Venn diagram, but not quite. Or I guess I should say it's almost a perfect circle, but instead it's a slightly flawed circle, so it makes it look like a Venn diagram.
Okay.
The algae growth is much more subtle, but algae grows quickly, and you can sense that there is, and it's not even a difference in the algae growth as much as it's just this. The circle is spalled out a little bit into the algae that surrounds it. So it looks like someone lined up, not exactly on the same spot.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Maybe go and check the kelp force to see if there's a second hole, which...
Yeah, I'll go scope it out.
Yeah. We can't rule it out. We were watching the first one. How'd they get back?
Okay, those of you that are in the inside can tell that the hole is opposite the smartboard. Like it overlaps sort of the upper third of the smartboard. And as you swim back through the kelp tunnel and find what you think is the rock surface that had the hole before, you can't find a hole. You echolocate, you swim around, you feel for currents. Just looks like plain old rock.
Shit, I read this book before. This is bad.
Wait, is the first hole gone? Or is it
filled?
Filled, yeah.
Shouldn't the smartboard have a spime, like a camera, so it can recognize users?
Yeah, it would.
Does that have camera data on it?
I don't know if it uses a camera. I guess it wouldn't use a camera. It would use, because it could use a camera, but they have accounts, right? So the kids go up and they can touch it, and it registers who they are.
So it's a touch screen only?
Well, it's touch screen. They also have their chips. And there's a lot of smart material, the smart equipment that's just going to register.
I'm just saying, like, if they were doing like VR Connect games, it would have some sort of visual interface, and that might have been recorded. Like, yeah,
that's true. That would probably come right through the screen itself, so individual kids could use it. Multiple.
Yeah.
Kids
so, like, could we get a smart board camera angle of what happened on the literal plane of empty beds that suddenly became full?
That's an excellent question. So Ito's going to need to download.
Okay.
Yeah, Ito, you're going to hack a smartboard for us.
Gotcha.
Give me a test, and you'll get a strange insight if you are successful.
All right. So for this, are we saying...
No one's ever asked that question before. That's a good one.
Well, I mean, that's why I don't own a Kinect, because I don't want my TV to watch me back. But
all right, so this be a programming
underwater habitat.
Yeah, not quite.
Are we looking at programming or electronics?
I think electronics. Yeah.
Okay,
you're not really programming. You're trying to spoof the system and use it in a way it wasn't really intended to be.
Okay. Can this? I guess would I be able to add logical in here possibly to see around another way? Okay. So that'll be me a 7.
Like if it did facial recognition, you could register in the timestamp when it started recognizing the faces of the children again.
Yeah.
So if it like recognized them at the hole, we can see them come out of it. But if like they just suddenly teleported back in their fucking beds after being offline for 4 hours or whatever, that's a different story. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My challenge was 7 on that with the logical, and I got both 7s on the dot.
Okay. So that means you succeed, but there's a complicated. In actual execution, this should be really simple, and you should get exactly what you're looking for, assuming that it had something to record. But in actual practice, you realize if you look in just the last 20 minutes or so, well, it took you almost half an hour to get back up in here from down below.
Mm-hmm.
So in the last 30 minutes, you realize that there's some sort of physical damage to the smartboard. It's still working, but imagine you're looking through a window, but that window and it's a circular window. Part of that window is obscured by another dark circle that is superimposed over part of the view. Mm-hmm. So you can see kind of part of the view. but it's obscured the same way that your smart screen on your phone gets obscured when it gets shattered.
Mm-hmm.
Parts of it turn black inexplicably, and parts of it still work, and you can see like a kaleidoscope image of things.
As the digitizer just
sometimes it depends on who, the circumstance. Sometimes the phone seems to still work fine. Other times, big chunks of it are black and missing. So it's kind of like that in a weird circular pattern of cracks.
So it reassembled it to look okay, but not to work.
That seems to be what happened. And then you retrace that, and that function is worse now. You trace it past a point when you are guessing the kids returned.
Mm-hmm.
The malfunction is still there, but it's less obscuring. And so that shows broken imagery of mostly an empty classroom. And in fact, you can find the timestamp in yourselves coming in, looking around and doing whatever you were doing during your investigation.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes back to a point where it becomes perfect again. And you see kids just sleeping and the teacher go to their classroom. So it was apparently damaged twice, and the damage just compounded.
Yeah, because it came in
entity that can
in fact,
spontaneously remove and rearrange the matter in a perfect circle.
The damage is so bad that after the kids have returned, it's basically just the equivalent of broken screen static, the whole thing.
All right, I guess I'll try and talk to the kids and see if they remember anything. This ought to be great. Kids are great at this kind of stuff. We'll end up sentencing their preschool teachers to Satanism trials.
This is my favorite part of the game.
Okay, I will talk to the children. Trauma counselor, I guess.
Yeah. So they are you going to leave them laying in their wet clothes on their wet mat?
With silvery blankets, the sign of all things have gone wrong.
And they start to warm up. I mean, they're battery powered, and they warm up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of doctors and nurses who are to the medical facility. And I'm imagining Severance, you shut down and tell them to hold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It takes a while for them to come out of it. But the first of them sort of comes around and looks around in a bit of a panic, and starts to shiver, and cry a little bit, and asks for their dad.
Who's dad?
His name is Michael.
Okay.
The kid tells you that. His name is Michael.
Okay, I'm gonna find him. I've got, Apex, right?
Yeah, Apex.
Apex is looking for him right now. Until he gets here, can you help me?
We'll just find his chip.
He's on his way. He's coming. Until then, can you help me?
Looks at you, and you sees the uniform is raised in an environment where that kind of thing matters. So kind of fixates on the GEO logo on the front of your uniform, and what do I have to do?
Can you just tell me what happened during nap time and around then today?
The kid starts to look around the room from his prone position and sees the other kids laying prone with blankets over them, and eyes go wide and snaps back to look at you. We took naps.
Mm-hmm.
Miss
they've done blood work already, right?
They've taken samples. Yep.
Do they have the free radicals indicative?
They have the same unidentified substance in their blood.
Okay. Do you remember anything at all from nap? Like even the craziest dream you might have had? Just anything that happened? I know you're really sleepy, but anything at all?
Seems to stop thinking outwardly, and you definitely see by the thinking about something, and the bottom lip starts to do that quiver, and he starts to cry and sob more than cry. It was bad.
Hey, are you a good artist?
No. I like to play soccer.
Okay.
Can you give me a
fair.
trauma counselor test, please?
Yeah, draw me a creepy picture I can use as a special collectible in my video game. I will do trauma counselor. Does matching it count?
Yes, you succeed with a complication.
I've succeeded with a complication. I got 1-5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The kid's story is rambling, and you sit him up and put some pillows behind him and force a crayon and a piece of usable plastic drawing plastic into their hands, and he's right. He draws terrible. But you do. That's the complication. But
good for you on the self-reflection, buddy. You are bad at this, but knowing it is its own kind of skill.
But anybody that's watching this, probably be everybody, because you can feeds. Give me a test to sort of figure out what it is you're looking
at. Okay. Observant, and
there's a weird yellow line around the head.
Yeah.
With triangles on it.
Detail oriented. All right.
And something like, is that a jellyfish?
Nope. I roll terribly. Do we know what
else? You can also make an identification, Dr. Chopra. You don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will try that.
Essy, Hotshot, any of you?
Yeah. I'm just kind of looking over my list.
I guess culturally, maybe, that's like incorporate or NIS expat or something like that.
I made it on native culture?
More about just your inherent ability to remember details and make connections.
I made it on native culture, yeah.
Native culture, it does not look like sea life.
Okay.
In fact, you think that's a palm tree, not a jellyfish.
Okay, biological sciences?
Really is bad. Yeah.
Poseidon Frontier.
You have investigator, don't you?
Yeah, that was my next move.
Okay. Newcomer culture or social operator, just to kind of suss out what they're.
I'll give you social operator at -2 because you're just making connections between things that have happened today.
Can do.
Okay, so I'm going to go investigation and aware, I guess. I'm looking for stuff.
Okay.
So that'll give me 5. I'll roll 2 and I'll get a 3.
Okay, those that make it, you're not sure, but it sure looks like one of the wild things in a really badly drawn kid version. There's a golden crown and big eyes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. -2 plus the logical. Could I add logical onto my social operator?
Sure.
Okay, so that would put me at 6. So I would actually, so I'll get those. So.
Okay.
Yeah. So you guys send a mental note to Chopra, identifying it as maybe a scene from the book you guys looked at today.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
maybe ask the kiddo about this.
Hey, where'd you see that?
Where we went.
That was from Max's book, right? Do you know where Max went?
He took us there.
He did.
He said it would be fun.
It wasn't fun, though, was it?
He said there would be a wild rumpus, and it was scary.
How did he say that?
He just starts crying.
Okay. Awesome. All right.
At this point, other kids are beginning to stir. You hear sobbing. You hear, some kids are like, I'm hungry. Is it snack time? Snack comes after nap.
Yeah. So they don't really remember. Well, they don't seem to be.
People are calling for, some of them are quite upset. Some of them are calling for mom.
Okay. So a variety of reactions.
I need the medical staff to see me on the other side of the room.
Okay. They link to you. You don't actually, no one does that.
Yeah.
Speak silently.
You'll need to anesthetize all the children, push fluids and nutrients, and maintain their blood work. We'll need to put hoods over them until we have such time as if they've come in contact with foreign contacts. But we should allow the parents to see their face as we gurney them out of the classroom. Yes. Isolation hoods.
So he was tracking until you said hoods. It seems dubious, but they administer some sedatives. They bring in, there's a whole bunch of gurneys waiting outside. They bring them in, load the kids up, and start filing them out and heading them towards medical.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to put isolation tarps over them because.
Well, I thought you wanted them to see their faces before they carted them away. Isn't that what you said?
You should be wearing a mask as well. But I mean, if you cannot explain to me how these people got back into this room,
I see what you.
I do not want them to be exposed to your life support system.
Yeah, so they'll do hazmat protocol.
Yeah.
I thought you said hoods like rendition hoods over the.
No, I mean I want people to see their face, but I want clear.
Right. They'll put them in. Well, they have hazmat bubbles on.
Bubble boy. Yeah.
So let the parents see their kids not dead and they're just asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Let them see their life signs.
There is an inevitable amount. There's an inevitable uproar that takes place, both like, "Oh my God, they're alive," but also "Oh my God, they're in a hazmat bubble." Yeah. And it's amazing. It's like it's like a magnet. They just draw the parents behind the gurneys towards the medical. So within moments of actually loading the kids up and starting the train up to medical, the hallway is empty except for a few straggling safety officers who look expectantly at you guys.
All right, I have an out-of-character question because I'm not as versed in the lore as I should be. Are there psychic? Is Max carrying through the rocks?
Nope. There is one illegal, dubious biomod that some people claim gives predictive, but really other people scientifically are just hyper awareness and analytical ability that lets people make good predictions. But that's it, and that's pretty fringe and not.
I guess I'm going to take a deeper look at Max's 504 to see if there's anything in there to indicate he could bring Maury Sindak's creations to life. Yeah. But I don't know how you get that.
There's a lot in there about Max and his relationship to where the wild things are. He's nonverbal, like I said, so he doesn't. A lot of it is
a little worried about how he told them anything. Mm-hmm.
It's not report. Yes, the fact that he said Max told us.
Yeah.
In fact, make another psyche test for me, Dr. Chopra.
Yeah, that's where I got the "is he psychic" question.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, yeah.
I make it with a 1.
Okay, so you do not drop down in your.
Yeah.
But you are a little, little shaken. Mm-hmm. There is nothing indicated in here beyond his obsession with. His autism and his obsession with where the wild things are, that implies that he's anything other than a 5-year-old, 6-year-old. Well, he's 7.
Yeah.
But
there's nothing on his account messages, like where he was messaging other students textually.
He doesn't write either.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lots of drawings. There's file after file of therapeutic drawings. And almost all of them are something to do with where the wild things are.
Okay.
Macaroni picture of James Gandolfini. Kids love to make those.
The kids love it.
So you stand there. It's quiet. The hallway, like I said, has a few straggling safety officers and you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the kid made contact with an alien somehow, or the alien found the kid, and is somehow interested because of the kid's autism, but we have no way to track the kid or to recall the alien or even make contact with the alien because the alien can come and go as it pleases. We have no way. It filled the whole. Wait, I'm just a bit unclear. Did it fill go back to the first hole like Cinderdrawn? Is it filled in now?
There is no hole. Hotshot's been unable to find any
Okay.
other than the damage to the kelp.
Okay,
So it's not even like it filled it; it just unholed it.
yeah.
It unholed it.
Okay, so basically, it might as well be magic level of technology or ability or whatever it is.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. So yeah, the only lead we have are the kids. So just do a series of interviews to try and figure out.
Pardon the interruption.
Yeah.
But Engineer Williams is on his way here, and he's quite upset.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Reasonable.
Yeah. I don't.
Did he ever get more information from the filter?
Yeah. Well, no. It was
Yes.
deep. Oh, he did. I thought he said.
Well, not the filter. You asked him
the life
to run
support profile, like of the kids. Yeah. Are they? Did he find something with that?
No, we talked about what he found and red flags, and he checked them out, and they were explained by other reasons.
Okay. So, all right. Well, yeah, I'll meet him and give him the news. Yeah, we just don't have any answers.
He storms around the corner. You can see in his wake is coming a woman who's clearly been crying, kind of mousy gray hair or like mousy brown hair, and she seems kind of withdrawn. And it's clear she was trying to slow him down and drag him away, but he was just way bigger than her and angry. Yeah. He storms around the corner and says, "What the fuck is going on? Where's my son?" He storms right up to whoever's in front.
I'll be in front.
Okay.
But Essy will be right behind me.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. Unfortunately, the 10 of the students were returned by unknown means, but your son was not among them.
I got that much. What the fuck? Where is he? Where'd you find the other ones? How come he's not with them?
They were returned to the classroom.
Returned by who?
We don't know.
Where did they go?
We don't know.
You don't... He starts to get that, like, Essy, you're like, he's going to punch something. You don't know if it's going to be the wall or Severance.
Yeah.
Do you want to interfere?
I mean, only if it's going to be Severance. I ain't got no beef with the wall. But...
Yeah.
I could try to at least see if I can help calm him down to maybe get social operator or charmer. Just put myself between, sir. I cannot begin to understand how you're feeling in this situation. I can only sympathize. But the fact of the matter is that we're literally dealing with an unknown factor that, as far as we can tell, has potentially interacted with your son in some way. We only have this answers. That's like, so if...
Give me your social operator test.
Yeah. Please be calm. Let's see. And can I link in logical again to that?
Sure.
So this is what we could do. Please don't hit me. I bruise easily. 2 successes. So
okay, you seem to stop him. You can see his shoulder tense as he brings his arm up. Stops the swing. But at the same moment, when he settles back down, his wife doesn't scream, but she starts crying so loudly and begging him and like pulling on his shirt that he kind of gets shook out of it and turns to face her. And she's just begging him to come home and to stop, and we'll find him. We'll find him. And she just starts crying kind of unconsolably and triggers in him another protective instinct. And so he turns to address her. What are you guys going to do to extricate yourselves, or where are you going to go next?
Do I have like an air hypo? You can shoot into people's necks. All this emotion.
Jeez.
It's not good for children.
Maybe we'll start with guns behind the
air
bubbles.
Yeah.
Chopra has all sorts of procedural algorithms for dealing with trauma, but not with parents at this point. So really just the pss would be best.
Caleb, as far as I'm concerned now, you can no longer give me shit about any blow dart guns.
And
hey.
All right, so
it worked.
Yeah. So she manages to lead him off. And you guys going to go to medical and interview more kids, or are you going to...
The only other thing I could think is... rig up that wall of the classroom so that if there's like instantaneous change in like the smart board, it triggers another alarm. So that
you
if
could certainly put
yeah
piezoelectric sensors or
so Ito do that because if he comes in a third time to deposit Max, let's at least get a look at our visitor. Because
do we know how a target acquired him? Like, is that something we can figure out? But we'd probably have to understand its perception, right?
Yeah, exactly. We could figure out that. I mean, that Max autistic and none of the other kids are, so that's a reasonable inference. And also, the other kids mentioned where the wild things are, and Max talked about it, which is not something Max could do. So it's something about our visitor is interested in Max's condition. But other than that, we have no idea how it could perceive that. We have no idea how it can evade our sensors.
I guess in the interview, I just want to ask every kid how to. Yeah. The main point I'm trying to get at with every one of them is how did Max talk to you?
Yeah.
They say that he just talked, and they characterize it as. They don't characterize it as a dream. They're convinced that they were where the wild things. You can't help but assume it was a dream. Or maybe you can't. Maybe you can believe they went somewhere. But Max was just talking to them. In that way, the kids don't find it. You know how kids aren't concerned about stumbles in logic? Where like, well, Max can't talk. So it's weird that he talked to us. They just say he talked to them.
There's a lot of crying. Him when he did it? Like before breakfast, after breakfast, before lunch, after lunch? Like
no, during the dream, during the nap time.
Exclusively during nap time.
Like, yeah, they said that they went to nap time and then said, let's go to the wild.
Hey, Chopra, do you want to ask him if this is the first time Max ever talked to them?
I would include that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, some of the kids are like, I don't know. Yeah, we talk all the time. But you realize that they don't mean actually using words. They play games and hang out with Max. But you realize that actually verbalizing, they all recognize. But as kids are want to do, they're able to communicate elsewise, and they don't really draw the same distinction that you get once it becomes clear. So half an hour goes by, interviewing kids, checking their blood work. That molecule is you are on the right track with its structure. But it all already started. The samples are already started
dissolving.
Well, they're oxidizing, coming apart.
Oxidizing, yeah. Sorry. We just don't have enough to to go
Mr.
from there.
Severance.
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Severance.
Mm-hmm.
I am receiving a transmission from Max's biochip.
Where?
His apartment. His family's apartment.
His family's apartment? Contact the apartment.
It just came back online.
In what room?
He's in their bedroom.
Is the bedroom facing an outer wall? Like,
it is not.
It's an interior room?
It is.
Okay. All right.
Injection gun in one hand.
All right. Let's get security outside the apartment. Make sure no one leaves. Get medical on there. We'll be there shortly. No one goes in or out of that until we get there.
Okay. So you guys beat feet running down the hall. Another montage of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And you all come to
outside.
Okay. You can get as close to it as you can. It doesn't have an exterior wall.
The entire apartment is interior.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, you don't want. I mean, people's living quarters probably not best to put next to pressure bearing bulkheads.
Well, it's got such a nice view, though.
But you can do that with holograms. You all come to a crash start outside the door, and suddenly there's just to order an apartment, and it's got a number on it.
Okay.
And there's another apartment. So people walk down the hall and give you a strange look, and.
Okay. I'll call Jake. Just like
Williams.
Hello, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, I know. He's back. Okay, good enough. Thank you. Can you just leave us alone now?
I'm sorry, that's not how this works.
How what works? You have no rights here. We've got my son back. Just
we
I've
have
had enough of
we have to examine your son to make sure he's fine. We have to make sure that there's no threats present. We don't know how he got back inside the structure. We don't know where he's been.
You outside of my apartment door?
Yes.
It'd be a shame if there was a super soldier here.
Yeah.
The line goes dead, and
yeah.
The line goes dead, and suddenly the door opens, but just
a crack.
Like a crack.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see your face, and his foot is deliberately like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can break his foot, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We can fix that real quick.
it's not the first thing you do.
Yeah.
What?
We have to examine your son. We have to interview both of you to find out what happened. This is a major security issue, as you can imagine.
I mean, at this point, like he's the head of life support, right? It would be reasonable and within the bounds of getting what we want to share what we know so far about like the two overlapping. Like somebody essentially went up to the outside of the building with a.
But he's also a panicked father who just got his son back and doesn't understand anything that's going on.
All right,
and so is just grabbing on to his natural emotional response.
Rescue ops. I can talk to people. I can talk to panicked civilians.
Or just dart in your neck.
Yeah, and I am determined or cool-headed. So yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, I got a 1.
One blood sample, a quick medical, and then you get the rest off of his biomonitor, at least for the next 30 hours.
As long as you agreed to that all 3 of you were quarantined inside the apartment.
Of course.
Okay, and we will put up monitor the filtration system to make sure nothing. But yeah, we can as long as you.
So he reluctantly lets you in.
Mm-hmm.
It's a small apartment because space is still a premium in an underwater habitat.
Sure,
but it's well appointed. You can see there's probably a bathroom and then a bedroom and then a kid's room.
Mm-hmm.
And the door to the kid's room is slightly ajar. And as you walk in, you can hear a mumbling voice. And it's the mother. Mm-hmm. And she's like, and then Max sailed for a year and a day. And then he went to the island of the wild things. And when he got there, wild rumpus. And she's kind of trying to read through her sobs. Mm-hmm. And as you approach the door and swing it open, you can see that they're sitting on the bed, and she's got the book open, or a book. You don't know if we probably still have the original. Mm-hmm. This is another one, and she's thumbing through the pages. She's not looking at the book. She's staring at the wall, mm-hmm. and she's just turning the pages and reading out of rote
memory. Yeah.
Who goes through the door first?
I'll go through.
I'm going to deal with the dad.
Okay. As you go through the door, you catch this whole scene, but what strikes you is that the kid is looking you in the eyes before you clear.
Okay.
So you clear the door, and he's already, and it locks vision with you as your own face clears the door. And he just stares at you.
So
make a psyche test for me.
Okay.
What do you want to do with the dad?
I'm going to need a blood sample from you to establish a baseline.
Fine. He rolls up his sleeve, holds it out nonchalantly.
Yeah, I make that.
Implanted surgical instrument cuff. I leave something a little behind.
Okay.
In the syringe to perhaps make him a little sleepy.
Okay. So
a sleepy nighttime.
You hold your arm up, and there's that cool moment where the skin just folds back, and all these little stick out, and one of them snakes over and injects him it's a little ultrasonic hypodermic. Mm-hmm. Hissing sound rather than an injection, and you just kind of pump some stuff in and take some blood out, and it sockets away in a little vial, and you pocket the vial.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I will do that. Why don't you have a seat, sir? You've had a big day.
Yeah.
With this much stretch coming off you, you're likely to crash owing to the shock. So make sure you're sitting down.
Can you guys just make this quick? My wife is.
Yeah, we'll take care of everything. Just have a nap. Listen to I'm just going to put some cigarillos on and light a scented candle. It's fine. Just good night.
Severance, you see this kid staring you in the eye. Did you make your psyche test?
Yeah, I did actually.
Okay. It's a little chilling and weird, especially because that's kind of the opposite of what autistic kids usually do.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hello, Max. Hello. What's the wife's name?
Sharon.
Sharon. Hello, Sharon.
She just keeps reading. And then he declared the wild rump.
Oh.
And it becomes less about the words.
Yeah.
And she kind of stops turning the pages and the book kind of flops in her lap. And she's trying to say the words, but they're just overwhelmed by sobs. And the thing that breaks your heart is she's not looking at her kid. She's like staring at the wall, not looking at her own kid. And the kid is just sitting there. They're not touching. There's like a little gap between them.
Mm-hmm.
She's not got an arm around him.
Mm-hmm.
He's not like touching her. He's just staring you in the eyes.
Severance, could you send Mom out here? We need a blood sample to establish baseline.
Yes. Sharon, I sort of guide Sharon by the shoulders. Come on.
She doesn't resist. She gets up.
Yeah.
And it's a little weird because she's still saying occasionally a word from the book as she comes out into the room.
Yes.
Yeah.
As they're doing that, I'm actually going to go in and props, by the way, for mentioning the whole like casual racism angle earlier, because it definitely what goes around comes around. Because I figured, given my physique and everything, like I may actually be able to make better contact here. Because like I can call up where the wild things are and basically like, you know, or I guess the book's in there.
Right.
So, yeah.
So you're going to go in with Severance.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, basically just like, okay, you can't do the normal sort of contact establishing things, right? With an autistic person, like we've got to do more legwork before we can get anywhere. So that's where I'm going to go. Like, as long as, and I'm assuming like if any of the gene splicing like results in a more, gosh, this sounds ugly to say it this way, but like if there's more of the animal mentality in there, this is going to be an easy behavior pattern.
No, I mean, that's what people think, but I mean, the difference between a human and a housefly is not that significant genetically, right? So the difference between like a chimpanzee and a human is less than 2%. So you are a human. You just have plus a couple of things.
Okay.
And so that's where a lot of the not so casual racism comes from, but it's a misunderstanding.
Okay. Well, in that case, I've worked security ops for a long time, and so I am more used to that kind of nonverbal communication. At any rate, I'm just trying to say, like, I'm not going to go in and just scoop him up or anything.
Right.
I'm going to, like, sit down next to him with a decent boundary.
So are you going to try and draw more attention?
Sorry, say that again.
Are you going to draw more attention from him than Severance? Like, are you going to be the one, like...
Yeah.
Okay. He will switch his locked gaze to yours. As soon as you make your presence bigger or more motion.
Yeah. Okay.
And his body is motionless, just turns his head and stares you in the eyes. What you also notice, as you mentioned, I do a lot of security ops. I see you, in my mind, you walk into a room and kind of assess.
Right.
And at first you don't realize what it is you're looking at, but then you realize one of the HVAC vents up high on the wall has been peeled outward.
Okay. I'm just gonna ping that in a message to the group.
Okay, you all see it.
Okay.
And
It's way too small for the kid to have climbed through, but it is weird.
Yeah.
The little grill on it has just been peeled back.
Okay. Have Apex scan that air. Where does it go? And is there any other damage elsewhere?
There are a whole series of malfunctions at the filtration systems. Physical malfunctions, like they're offline.
Oh.
To go back through the network of HVAC.
Okay. Why weren't we alert? When did this happen?
She. I keep saying she because in my mind it's a she.
Yeah.
It describes, starts downloading, it almost feels like she's making an excuse.
Yeah.
But then comments on the number of inputs that it every second for this facility, and the number of malfunctions that are associated with that. and it's not always an intuitive thinker,
Mm-hmm.
but now makes the connection and apologizes for its failure. And it was just in the last 15 minutes.
Okay. Where does it terminate? Does it terminate somewhere outside, like an exterior wall or a bulk?
Into an open hallway.
Open hallway.
Like 2 hallways over in the apartment complex.
Does
in the apartment wing.
Does that hallway have an exterior wall?
No.
Okay.
I guess I'll go out there and look at that.
Yeah.
If I get that tack netted and
Well,
the parents
shouldn't you get a
hallway?
blood sample from the kid? Examine the kid first.
Yeah,
I wasn't really trying to get blood
you're a
samples.
medic
I was just
too,
trying to knock
Severance.
his fucking parents out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I can go ahead and take a
could
look at
Dr.
it.
Chopra, could you examine the kid to see if there's any new anomalies compared to
Yeah.
his- Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
I'll analyze
So-
Max.
All right,
So
Ito,
all
yeah,
three
you
of
check
are
the
gonna be
hallway.
in there. It's a kind of crowded little kid's bedroom now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll
Decorated.
get out and leave. So
It's decorated in any kind of
mhm.
where the wild things are, posters and books and toys and whatever they could
Okay.
genned up or had someone make or bought commercially. And you bend over, take a blood sample.
Mm-hmm.
Essy, what are you doing while you're kind of distracting the kid doing this? Because you know kids don't like needles.
Still reading. I mean, if he's locked in eye contact with, I mean, when I say reading, I'm like,
You're just
bringing
reciting it from the file in your head. Okay. You're getting the response just from, you move your head, he moves,
Mhm.
but
He's
you're not
tracking.
the words don't seem to be relevant. You stop talking for a minute, doesn't change what it was saying or doing. You start reading again, doesn't seem to change his gaze. Chopra, you start to draw blood, and it's difficult.
Theranos, you failed us. How is it difficult?
Well, usually it's more liquid than this. What gets sucked into your syringe is more like runny grape jelly.
Well, yeah, gonna analyze that as best I can without touching it.
You gonna do vitals or anything?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Like pupil response as he's
Pupils are
boring a hole through Bill's character.
Pupils look like he's on serious drugs. I mean, they're almost no iris left.
ladies and gentlemen, we have a Cthulhu problem. We need to
Oh
lock
no!
this down.
What if he was rendered down to fucking jelly and re-rendered back into person? That's how he got
The
through the vent.
most disturbing thing is he doesn't even have a pulse, at least in the regular places.
Understood.
Where is his pulse originating from? Oh, no, sorry. Read that a different way.
Yeah. None of the other kids that we took blood samples from them, right? And that didn't happen with any of the other kids, right?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm gonna message Essy to maybe remove mom and dad to a further location. Could you do that
Yeah.
until?
Are they still conscious? I
No.
Yeah.
Well,
I say in my message
maybe
they're
they
definitely
shouldn't
not
be.
conscious. You're going to need to track them.
So I thought you just tranquilized them. Did you actually put them down? Like,
Oh yeah, I definitely put
Okay.
them down. Yeah,
so
I don't need to deal with that
Essy, are you
shit.
going out in the apartment?
Yeah.
Okay, they are sprawled out like where they were sitting. They're just like
mhm.
head back, armed out. The woman is collapsed into his lap because she was sitting next. She's collapsed into his lap.
Yeah, we're gonna need them unconscious while we put their changeling in some sort of study chamber. Yeah. I don't want to deal with that shit.
I'm gonna get a HUD to the medical and put one on each shoulder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
So, doctor, you're alone in the bedroom with him.
Well, I'm outside the room. I'm looking in.
Yeah, you can look.
Yeah,
You're
I'm with
checking the
them, so-
hallway.
No. You need to go to the hallway.
You are caught off guard as he just brings his legs up and kicks you in the chest.
Awesome.
Not in any way that like is going to cause real damage. But what happens? I'm imagining you're
Mm-hmm.
so you're on the balls of your feet, and you get hit in the chest, and you just sprawl backwards because there's nowhere for you to go. Right?
Yeah.
You can't support yourself. You clutch at the blankets and slide.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And as you kind of recover, you see he has already leaped to the vent, and one of his arms has disappeared in the vent, and he's jamming his head and upper body into the vent, and then scrabbling with his little kid feet to try and like push the rest of him into this impossibly small hole.
Is it
Give me a
working?
psyche test. Oh, it's working.
Okay, I'm shooting.
Test.
I am just shooting.
Okay. Give me a psyche test first.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then an initiative test.
Yeah, I'm only here to save humans.
It's okay, guys. He just got gene swapped with a psychoactive octopus.
I got a 5 again. Thank God. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That's Wednesday.
So you're like, fuck this. Draw your sidearm. Yeah. The hypodermic, there's this really artsy shot as the hypodermic with us goes kind of like spinning across the wall floor, and a big handgun comes up to take its place.
Are we talking like Kubrick here? Is this to the Blue Danube?
Yeah. More like John Woo anti-Hippocratic Oath.
Yeah.
How do we get a dub down here?
So you need to roll initiative, and that's just an attribute test for coordination or an applicable coordination focus attribute. So 5 base plus your coordination, or if you have quick or fast or that kind of thing, you could use that focus attribute instead.
I do not. I think I will just be. I'm athletic or precise. Does that work?
Not for the initial. How fast can you react? Because you got to get yourself up off the floor, draw the gun, and shoot.
I'm fit. Does that work?
No, that's for physique. This is just for coordination. So add your coordination to 5 and roll 1 die.
Okay, I got 3 out of 5 because my coordination is.
So this is where it matters how much you made it by. The action 2.
Okay.
Right. He made his by 3.
Mm-hmm.
So you can shoot, but you're shooting at a little like KEDs as the feet like get sucked into the HVAC system.
Yeah, well, ricochet's a thing,
sleepers.
so I'm just going to send the rest of the clip down after.
Okay, so give me a shot. It's a smart weapon, and you're plugged into it, so that'll give you a +2.
Mm-hmm.
But the target is small and moving, and you're shooting at it's going to be a -2. So we'll just have you shoot it, and you're point blank range.
What is the base for shooting?
Well, what skill set are you using?
Jesus, I'm not great about that. Perhaps the Heaven Native District was not fun. Damage control, ERT member. Do we get firearms training?
Yeah, you get basic firearms training because Poseidon's a dangerous place, and you got to take care of errant wildlife sometime.
Yeah, I will do ERT member then.
Okay.
So that's 5 plus something in coordination.
No, is ERT is your 5, and then you add your coordination to it. You could use your precise.
Yeah, I will do that. So I need under a 7 with 1 die. 3. Yeah.
3. Okay. You unload. Oh, and because it's a semi-automatic, you rounds going downrange, and so you can actually increase the damage or multiple targets since it's a single target.
Definitely
increase the damage.
Shooting into a hole.
So roll 3d10, and this is the only time that the number of successes matter in the system.
Okay.
1 success is a minor wound, 2 successes is a major wound, and 3 successes is a mortal wound. That damage rating for your gun is a 6. So anything 6 or less is a success. Now, the durability of the target, any cover or whatever, subtracts from that as well, but you don't know how durable he is.
Yeah. Okay. So I will roll, and I need under 6s. I got 2 4s and a 9, so 2 successes.
So 2 successes, that's a major wound. There is blood splatter. Well, grape jelly splatter.
Jelly splatter.
That kind of coats the lip of the hole as the legs pull them
Okay.
into the HVAC vent.
Apex locked down the filter system.
Hotshot, you have a drone in the facility that is probably way faster than anybody on foot.
Yeah.
Give me a remote ops test if you want to try and intercept.
Okie dokie.
What are the rest of you doing? So you guys are just out there trying to lift up the unconscious bodies when you suddenly hear gunfire coming from the kid's bedroom. Boom, 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 boom.
2.
I think you're muted, Aaron.
Rush in the door. So
okay, so you rush to the door, and you see crouched there on the floor, surrounded by where the wild things are, is Dr. Chopra with a smoking pistol aimed at a blood-splattered HVAC opening.
Did it go in there?
Yeah, it's not the kid. I'm just gonna pop out the magazine and reload.
Click. Snap.
It's in the vents. I'm just going into the hole.
Apex, close off the track the filter system.
Complying.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to see if I can aid Apex in trying to improve its...
Okay, you all get like a picture-in-picture of the HVAC system, and you see, it's a wire diagram, and there were already yellow warnings associated with local HVAC filters sets, but now they're just one after the other in sequence turning red.
Okay.
So I'm gonna, whatever the apparent exit point from the HVAC system was, essentially if we're at the end of a path, wherever the start was, I'm gonna start booking it for there.
Okay. It seems to be taking a slightly different path.
Okay.
And is
I'll try my best to react in real time.
and looks like it's right. Yeah, that's easy to do. And it looks like it's kind of entered a main trunk and is moving pretty fast through that main trunk.
Okay.
Are there any? Is it just like one long for that main trunk? Is there any way to kind of close off some paths from it, or is it going to? Is it trying to branch? Is it going to be able to have to branch off somewhere else?
There are
eventually?
emergency sealing bulkheads for when the facility floods that will automatically shut down if a flood is occurring.
Yeah.
Or a fire or something like that. And you can ask Apex to shut those down.
Could I possibly get a manual control to do an operations to see if I could do that more quickly and cut?
You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it quicker than Apex, but you could tell Apex which ones to leave open.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I definitely want to do that to see if we can kite that towards Essy in order to help with a better intercept.
Yeah.
Okay. Essy, it seems to be headed towards hydroponics. See the hydroponics hangar that's straight out from number 4?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, it's listed as number 5.
Yeah.
The trunk,
so
the trunk they're in is leading to hydroponics. These hydroponics, this particular one is a little odd. It's actually a reverse arboretum or a reverse terrarium.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an underwater arboretum. Terrestrial plant.
So terrestrial plants, yeah.
Yeah, it's a place where they can conduct some botanical stuff, but this is also where people who live underwater can come and have a little greenery.
Is there so when I look at the map, those aren't connected. Is there any kind of
they're connected underground. All of this stuff is connected.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep heading that way. Then I mean, I can have a shootout in the forest.
You're yelling to Apex like there's big numbers that are painted on each door, and you're yelling, "Open 4B, close 4B, open 4C," and you're just running through these.
Mm-hmm.
For you.
Yeah, I got the drone chasing him.
Okay, you are actually ahead of Essy, probably a bulkhead or two. You can also swim towards the exterior of the arboretum, which is transparent. I'll do that. It is open to the darkness because the sun is set, and now you're getting this kind of eerie bioluminescence as the transparent bulkheads, leaving kind of a curtain of glowing organisms, giving it looks a little bit like Northern Lights, but much more proximal, right? Okay. And the remote zips into this arboretum, and Essy comes in shortly after it, and I'm assuming you're armed and gun out.
Yeah, I mean, point of order, do we have something like air marshal rounds that are, or are all the bulkheads so solid that we don't have to worry at standard issue?
Handguns are probably not going to go through them. The transparent stuff, you might have a concern. You're carrying what's called a Marshall Peacekeeper. It looks like a big, fat, Dirty Harry revolver, but the revolver is actually different kinds of ammo. So you can just smart gun I need suppressive round, I need incendiary, I need a rubber bullet, or I need what do they call them? Frangible rounds that shatter on impact.
Yeah.
So and it's all binary propellant, caseless. So you've got lots of different options.
Okay. Chopra, any ideas here as to what I should use on this thing?
Incendiary.
All right.
What are the rest of you doing?
I'm trying to keep up. I guess I'm just running down the corridors as well, trying to get into position. Well, actually, no. If it's heading to, I'm not going to be able to catch up before it goes to hydroponics. So I guess I'm trying to get in a sub to head to hydroponics.
You can get to there's hallways that go to hydroponics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
everything
everything
is
running
being-
the hydro.
Okay. Well, then I'll
there's
be
just
running.
hallways and
Yeah, I'm
so
running.
there's this like
Yeah.
multi-screen scene of each of you running from at your own max speed down hallways and tunnels.
Or swimming outside.
Yeah.
Or swimming outside. You see the glowing bioluminescence, but you also see the glow from the light sources inside the arboretum glowing out. So you are struck as though you're looking at a human aquarium, right? So instead of like fish in a tank, you're looking at humans in a tank, which feels vindicating in some primordial way, kind of. But you can actually see the shadow of him swimming through the bio as you burst in. You hear
Speaking
the
of which, sorry, this is a bit of a rewind, but I didn't really think about there being anybody in the arboretum. Like,
you come bursting in, gun waving, and happy couples walking along. There's a couple kids playing soccer.
Yeah, for the lockdown.
Yeah, we
oh, right. So, no, you're right. There was a lockdown.
Yeah.
They were all gone. There was a lockdown ordered. So you saw a few like people rushing, either that were obliged to be out during a lockdown because they're auxiliary safety personnel, or they're still getting to lockdown.
Yeah.
But Caleb's right. He called for a lockdown earlier, and they executed one.
Yeah.
okay. Also, important question, since there is an arboretum, do they have birds? Because we're going to need some birds.
Okay. There's two.
Sorry, that was a
I get
nonsense
it.
question.
You may not realize it yet. This is the Earth terrestrial. So there's like oak trees and geraniums and butterflies, right? The Poseidon Arboretum is the next one over. So you're actually here. So it strikes you both as perfect and totally incongruous when a golden retriever comes bounding around from behind some trees. It seems like it's running towards you, but then you realize it's actually running at an angle, and it's starting to, like, you hear a deep-throated growl as it runs into the bushes, off to the middle area of the arboretum, away from you. And you hear dog fight kind of sound, and then
Oh no!
Want to repeat the incendiary recommendation?
Yeah, I'm on that. Okay, so far enough into the bush that I lost visual on it.
Yeah, the dog. Yeah, I mean the bushes thrashed around a little, choke bark.
Okay.
There's a few drones that are like pruning plants. There's like a lawn Roomba, and they're just puttering along.
Nice. I'm just. I guess I'm going to I'm just gonna try it.
Who is next in the train of people running towards the arboretum?
I was, but
I was Severance, you're going to show up. You're going to stumble into the space just after you've kind of moved out into. So you see Essy, I don't know, 20 yards away, gun in hand, staring at the bushes.
Okay, I will circle opposite.
Definitely in hunter mode.
Okay, I would take out my sidearm.
Okay.
And point it at the bushes. In Apex, can we get a reading of those bushes? What's in there?
His Apex would be much calmer than I am.
Yeah.
Max's chip is registering present, and she gives you an estimate of how far.
Okay.
Cool.
Can you cross-link that with my smart link so that I can just aim at the chip?
Yeah. Sure.
All right.
Apex.
It makes targeting the child so much easier.
I require authorization level 4A. Please authorize.
Authorize. Yeah.
Okay. Then the requisite reticle comes up in your viewfinder, and the gun tells you it's ready to shoot.
All right.
Hotshot. Your remote is also in the arboretum,
Mm-hmm.
which makes it makes a very valuable.
Quick question. So, as a biomod, I have accelerated neurons.
Yes, that gives you a reaction. So everyone gets an action in a round. You get 2, and you get to use it as long as someone else acts in between your first action and that one as kind of a default timing mechanism. Then you can take another action.
Okay, that's great.
Generally, Silver are somewhat slow, and many of them opt to get accelerated neurons, so they're not quite so cumbersome.
Right.
Okay, I will fire.
Okay. Yeah, Severance, you want to flush him?
Yeah. That's a hit. Error margin or success.
So I'm gonna. Well, let's see. You got the smart gun, which is +2, but you can't see it, so that's going to be -4. So you're looking at a -2. The range is probably another -2. So yeah, you're shooting it. You can take a round to aim. We'll bring that down by -2. We use what's called the rule of 2.
Mm-hmm.
Any advantage is a +2. Any disadvantage is a -2.
Okay.
And as long as you can give me advantages, you'll get some pluses, and if I can stack the disadvantages, you'll get some minuses. But that'll give you a total of +2.
Okay. All right. So I rolled a 4 and a 7, so I guess I hit.
Okay. You fire through the brush.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. Now you got a choice. You can fire single shot, or you can do semi-auto. Semi-auto will give you increase the damage rating.
I will, do semi-auto. I mean, there's no reason not to, I guess.
Okay. Go ahead and roll 3 dice.
Right. 3, 9, 3. So I guess
3, 9, 3. Okay, so that's 2 successes, and you do another major. So he's now operating under 2 major wounds. So that's -4. Okay. You fire. The brush, explodes with bullet fire. The sound of the gunfire is pretty loud in this space. Some of the birds flush in slow motion.
There we go.
And scatter across the thing, and a butterfly lands on the barrel of your gun unexpectedly. Essy, what are you doing?
Just behind him.
Do we need to go? Do we want to go into combat rounds, or are you guys waiting to see what happens?
Since I know I'm this twitchy, I'm going to attempt to fire synchronized with.
Oh, okay. So you're doing the same
Severance.
thing? Okay. Yeah. Give me a shot.
Okay. So let's see. I have sniper at 4, and I guess you'll get the
same plus. You get the same +2 that he had, as it all washes out with the smart gun assistance.
Okay.
So you can add that to your precision.
Yep. So that'll put me at 7, and I'll roll my. Let's see. I've got a heavy pistol, which everything's. Yeah.
And that's a 8 for damage for the heavy pistol.
So they will all hit. One will be right on.
Okay, so that was for the hit. Now, right, not to roll damage. I want to see how much damage you do.
Okay. So that's another 3.
Yep, and this time the number of success matters. Okay. And your target is 8.
They are
minus whatever the durability is.
Yeah, 2, 6, and 1.
2, 6, and 1. Okay, so major wound. All right. You see blood splatter, and you see a limb, a hand, flop out of the bushes, like someone has collapsed to the ground under a bush. So you see a little kid's arm kind of sticking out from the brush. There's blood spatter on it.
Shall we make our psych checks now?
For shooting a child?
Pretty much.
You'll get 2.
Nice. Thanks, Jeff.
It's just a Jello child.
It's true. Yeah. I've heard of jelly babies, but this is ridiculous.
Oh, no.
So, what's next? I'm imagining if anyone else is chasing them at this point, you come running in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just trailing behind. You
come just in time for them to see shooting them into the brush. You hear the gun.
Yeah.
Brush, and you might take a minute or 2 before you notice the hand sticking out of the leaves.
Just looking that way. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna stay with a bead on it, but approach.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stay at a distance and cover.
and
Essy.
we'll keep covering.
Actually,
so.
I'll get it closer with the drone.
Nice.
Okay, the drone pushes in through the brush. Something's not right. Essy, you get closer. What do you do?
Did he sever his arm? Oh, fuck. And just leave the chip there?
As you realize that there is an arm
Yeah.
that has been shot off,
Yeah.
the brush explodes
Oh.
as something leaps, kind of using the trees above it as additional launch points
Mhm.
until it's clinging to the girders that support the ceiling.
Can I have my reaction?
Sure.
We're
We're not really in
again.
combat rounds because you guys paused, so you can shoot. Your reaction would be if it was in combat round.
Sure.
Okay, so we're just all.
Yeah. So
Okay, I'll light it up again. Yeah.
Okay, so let's do it just so you see how the doesn't work.
Yeah.
Everyone roll initiative, which is just 5 plus your coordination stat, and roll one
Would
die.
acrobatic apply?
Not for this, no, because this is just raw speed.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So I succeed on a 4.
And then what matters is the difference between what your target was and what you made. So you had to roll a 4, and you got a 2, then you made it by 2. And this is one of the times that action value matters. So I'll just start counting down. Anybody make it by a
I failed by 1, so.
4? Okay, at 4, the brush explodes and the figure, like branch to branch, shoots up to the ceiling and is now clinging to one of the girders supporting the transparent dome. 3s, 2s, 1s.
Am I there yet?
Yeah, you're there.
Oh, well, I didn't roll.
Oh, very well.
You've just run in behind Ito.
Yeah.
And I'm outside. Should I?
So you can if you want to. Your remote's in. So your remote is going to have initiative itself. So you should be rolling yes.
Okay.
So 2, 3, 2, 1, 0.
1.
That's 7 out of 5. So I don't know.
So you made -2. Okay, 1. So Essy.
Still gonna light it up.
Yeah. And I rolled the same as Essy, so I'm going at the same time.
All right, I got a 7.
Okay, Essy, you start firing.
Yeah. What is target right now? Has
It's out of point blank range. You can see it. It's dangling there. You're going to get a +2 for the smart gun. No penalties because of other circumstances. So unless you want to take a turn to aim and get an additional +2.
Nope. I'll just go against 7 then, because sniper is 4 and precise is 1. So
that's a 7.
Yep, so that's 2 successes. So roll 2d10 now for damage.
3D. It's always 3d10.
Okay.
And then the target is a 4 because of its durability minus from your weapon damage.
Sure, of 8. Yeah, all right. No damage.
Okay, so you blast away.
Yeah, does a negative margin of 5 matter on damage?
No.
Okay.
Ito, I think you were also firing?
Yes.
Are you firing on 1 as well?
Yes. So, yeah, because I roll the same exact as Essy.
So you fire at the same time?
Yep. And with mine, is that damage control that I would be doing for firing the gun, or?
No, damage control is like trying to repair a sinking ship.
ERT member?
Okay.
ERT member is probably what you've got.
Utilized for that. Okay, so that's fine. 1d10, and would I get any kind of coordination for dexterous or agile added into that? Dexterous. Okay, so that'll be for that'll be 5, and this is just a regulation sidearm, so I assume I don't have any other thing other than
It's a smart weapon because they don't want you shooting people that shouldn't get shot. So you get a +2.
+2. Okay.
On that.
Hi, Sarah.
7, 8.
I realized I
7.
was wearing headphones, but still.
Do you hit?
1 such. 1 under 7. Yes. So I got a 4 under my 7.
Okay, roll damage.
Okay.
Your weapon only does 6. as a base, so you're rolling at damage 2. So roll 3 dice.
Okay. 2, 2, 1.
Now you could actually are using semi-auto, so you would pump that up by 2, so it'd be at 4.
A 4. Okay, so I
2,
guess
2,
all
1.
those.
So you did a critical wound,
Woo!
or sorry, a mortal wound.
Nice.
Yay.
They're great.
I did something.
Take that,
All right.
jelly kid.
So
Poor Officer Williams. Please help my son. We will. Bonnie and Clyde.
So several things happen at once. Hotshot, you need to give me a
What?
physique test, but because of your monstrous physique, you would be the only one in the party with a resisting, and you can use the larger number for your physique.
Okay.
You are a whale, but it's going to be at a -6. The others of you see kind of maybe 2 things at once. Definitely what the kid is up to. He's no longer kid-shaped anymore. Imagine like something more weasel-like, but still with human features. Fingers or hands are human-y. The face is kind of human-y. Something that could still move through the vents, sprint across the arboretum. But you strangely can still recognize Max. So make psyche tests, as not only you realize that you were shooting at a kid, but and also the impossibly large tongue that just kind of lolls out of its mouth makes a big drooly lick across the interior surface of the transparent bulkhead. Hotshot, did you make the physique?
I believe so.
What did you roll?
Oh wait, you said what was it, -6?
Yeah, but your physique is like a 12 or something because you're...
Yeah.
So it's 5 plus your physique, and then you roll under.
5 plus your physique -6.
Oh, sorry, your physique's a 10. Your physique's a 10, so you're basically rolling at a 9.
Yes, I did make it.
Okay. You suddenly feel what you have to assume is the effects of some kind of drug. Whales don't sleep like humans. You sleep with one half of your brain at a time, at least evolutionarily, though some have begun to sleep differently in modern society. But it's how they're able to keep at the surface and keep breathing and not drown while they sleep. It's a weird sensation that it's hard to explain, I guess, to a human, as both halves of your brain try to go out.
Oh, hell no.
And you're able to resist it and shake it off, but it's impacting you enough that your cognition tests are going to be at a -2 for the duration. But something is definitely going on, and you're hearing it's not the same kind of bubble response from echolocation that you were getting earlier today, but there is some weird soft movement in your proximity approaching the arboretum from the outside. Those of you that inside see this thing clinging to the girder. Possibly large tongue licks the ceiling. Everybody make their psyche, or anybody fail?
I failed. I rolled a 10.
I got a crit on my psyche. I got a 1. So.
Okay.
And I made a 3.
You are happy to shoot again. You're welcome to try and shoot again if you want to, or shoot this thing. Shoot for the first time in this space. But you notice a couple of things happen. The grip that the thing has seems to sort of fail, and it falls back into the trees and the bushes, and you can hear it crashing down through the brush. Severance kind of like turns away, almost as if he's like heaving or just having like a really acute vertigo spell, and kind of puts his hands down his knees as he realizes kind of what's going on and what he was just doing. But then you see cracks start to spider web across the bulkhead from where this thing licked. Because it looks like it has turned to dust where it licked, and that dust is raining down into the air, catching sparkles in the light, and it's becoming a weak spot in the pressure-bearing bulkhead.
Oh,
and Hotshot, you can hear the kind of thunderous crack through echolocation as it echoes out through the water.
Am I close enough to grab anyone?
Sure.
Who's closest? Who can I get to?
Well, the one that seems to be paying the least attention.
Severance.
I grab Severance and I ping everybody. Get out. Clear the book now.
Okay. Almost as if it's on cue, the flooding klaxon begins to go off, and Apex's uber calm voice says to everybody, "Please." It starts an evacuation and starts initiating flooding lockdown, ordering everybody to take refuge behind secure bulkheads. Clearly, a drill that has been practiced frequently on the facility.
Mm-hmm.
So you all beat feet towards the slowly closing bulkhead door.
One thing, if I was still standing like nearby it, if I don't have to veer too much off the path, I am going to grab the hand.
Okay, you grab the hand. It's a child's arm that's been blown off violently.
Yep. How about that?
Make a psyche test for me. Just
again. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Well, you're an EMT. You've picked up.
Yeah, but I could also crit fail it.
Oh,
you can't do it. You pick it up and it just freaks you out when you touch it because it doesn't feel.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like there's bones in it. It feels almost like an octopus tentacle. You pick it up, you begin to run, and then when it goes slack and limp in your hand, you just drop it.
Okay.
And you run.
An attempt was made.
I need a physique test from everybody to make it towards the door. I'm going to say you get a +2, Caleb, because you're towing along a somewhat unresponsive friend, so you're going to get a -2. Ito, you were closest to the door still. You'll get a +2. Everyone else just straight up.
okay.
Okay. So I make mine.
As do I.
Okay.
But I am, of course, fail the psyche test, so.
I mean, you could also override Apex and tell her to leave it open. But,
no, wait, I just can't type.
No, it's my first mission. I'm not going to
Caleb,
do.
did you make it?
This is
Dr.
what am I
Chopra?
rolling for?
You're -2 physique as you sprint towards the closing bulkhead door, dragging Severance along with you.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff, it's actually impossible for me to fail that, I think, because
you're
physique
a
plus
brute.
powerful,
So you make it.
Put me at 12 base. So, like, can I give myself a -2 penalty to come alongside and put an arm under Severance?
Sure.
And help
I
him
made
along?
it. I made it anyway, yeah.
Well, I wanted my cinematics, Caleb.
Yeah,
you got it. No, yeah.
It looks
Tackle
like
both
they're
of
not.
us.
It looks like they're not going to make it, and then you come like thundering into frame and just grab them both by the uniform and drag them
Scruff.
just as the door closes.
We do a barrel roll underneath.
All right, and the panel collapses even before you make the door, and water just starts. Can you imagine the pressure that would come down in? It's like a perfectly square vertical column of high pressure water that hits the ground underneath, and it starts shaking the ground. The building starts to vibrate and begins like sympathetic cracks and begins to fail just as the door closes, and then the whole thing collapses. Hotshot, give me a coordination test, or you're going to get sucked into the whirlpool and drawn into the giant bubble that gets left behind and possibly injured.
All right, I guess it's just it's just a straight up roll. This is my it says coordination is 0.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you get +5. So you're rolling at actually your coordination's
-1, I think. Yeah.
It is for this kind of thing. It's a -12 if you're trying to manipulate.
Yeah.
Oops.
So you're rolling at a 4.
I did not.
Okay. So there is this dramatic moment when the bubble inverts and all of the water sucks in. Surrounding water collapses into the arboretum, and everything kind of turns white, and then the lights go out. Give me a physique test. Actually, no, I'm just going to roll damage. That makes more sense. Oof. You are very lucky. I rolled 2 9s and an 8. So somehow you managed to avoid all of the jagged and broken panels that are collapsing in this implosion. And then there's this triumphant moment where everyone in the audience thinks that you have died in the collapse, and you suddenly come swimming out of the giant foamy bubble in a big spiral into the Northern Lights style bioluminescence that is also kind of shuttered.
It's a whale, motherfucker!
And then we do a smash cut, and you are all standing in Administrator Anderson's office. Some of you are soaked in salt water and got blood splatter on you.
Mm-hmm.
You all look shell-shocked and a little horrified, and his mouth is wide open, and in a big hologram there's like all these footage, all this Apex security footage of exactly what happened, showing you shooting kids.
Not kids,
shooting,
a kid.
Shooting
Yeah.
at a kid, and the kid transforming into this like weasel shape and
good. That part
licking the walls down, and it's all inexplicable.
Yeah.
And he's just looking at you, waiting for an explanation. He's not demanding one. He's not angry. He's just gobsmacked.
Job's done. We'll be check for the invoice in the mail.
We have to deal with alien infiltrators now. It looks like
we charge double for changelings.
Yeah, that's my guess.
He looks from each of you as your like dark, your gallows humor style comments, like only further confuse him. I mean, because you can't be an EMT without.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get it, and he keeps asking, "But where's Max?"
You asked us to rescue 11 people. We rescued 10 people. I don't know what else to tell you. That's the job sometimes.
There was an 11th thing that came back, but it wasn't actually a people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You might want to analyze those samples that we did take, because Dr. Chopra did take one sample before it fled. So.
Okay, the camera pans back as you guys are talking with him.
Yeah.
And then kind of out of the room. Mm-hmm. And as just before it leaves the room, you sort of turn slow motion towards the door. Mm-hmm. And then it pans up through the bulkhead, out into the water. Fish things swim by, out in the air. And then you see your aircraft taking off. Mm-hmm. And then the credits start to roll as you fly into the sunrise. And then there's a post-credit scene where you guys are sitting in a debriefing room back at patrol headquarters. You're not even at ERT headquarters. Mm-hmm. And it's mostly instrumental music over it, but then there's this kind of echoey voice that says, you saw nothing, you know nothing.
Yeah.
Classified, the classification you were given at the start of this mission has been revoked, and classified expectations regarding everything. And then again, you guys get up and go out into the hangar, back into your aircraft, and sort of prep back to normal life. And then the as the music swells and the final post credit rolls, there's leaked Comcore footage from the scene. Mm-hmm. It's better than cryptid footage, but it causes a huge stir and a lot of political fallout for the GEO and Down Home Station, as people in clear ERT uniforms are seen shooting at a kid, and it's just becomes a really bad period for Down Home Station and the propaganda machine that drives it.
Oops. Well,
yep. And that's where the wild things are.
So, Jeff, you've been playing a lot of Among Us?
I haven't played any, actually.
Oh, God, we need to get you on that.
No. I think we played enough for today.
This is an old game. This game was first run probably back in the 90s in an earlier form. In fact, if you couldn't guess, it began as a Cthulhu Now scenario.
Okay, yeah.
Back in the day when I was still working with Pagan, I'd started working on a new game, a new version of Cthulhu Now, which was called the End Times, which took place on a Mars colony.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
And the project never went anywhere. Mm-hmm. initial playtest scenario for that. And then when I did Blue Planet, I loved the scenario, and so I just adapted it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Max is sus.
Yeah, Max is sus. Yeah, yeah. No, I had a lot of fun. Yeah, especially once Max got back. That was the creepy little bastard going through the vents. That's oof. You don't want that.
Yeah, I like how it feels like some sort of espionage, sort of political intrigue thing until it doesn't.
Yeah,
and that change is pretty abrupt.
Yeah, that shift was really good.
I did like that because I made the assumptions like, right, which factions are going in, and it's like, oh, monster.
Yep.
Big monster.
Yep.
You guys asked fantastic questions, and you executed on investigating.
Yeah.
And it was great because you investigated a lot of them to their logical.
Yeah.
Which is what you do in an investigation. It was good. You did a really good job.
Yep.